something in a washing machine. Has anyone tried that? So we know. Well, I'll tell you what, we'll have to have a go. Yes, let's have... Could we put a few bits of tissue on there?
Shred it. I've turned YouTube off and on again, and that's all I can think to try. So
That's my sort of mending. Oh, Charlie says it's back on. I like that.
Brilliant.
I've turned it off and on again.
Well, it
Good job you're not in the IT department.
Right, we need to really...
Yeah, I hope it comes off. I've now got bits of tissue paper all over.
Demo, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, this is what it would look like, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
You know, there would be bits of tissue. Okay, smack them on. Maybe we should wet. No, don't wet it as well.
No.
Right. This is where we break the lint remover.
I'm gonna leave. You can hear it.
Well, it's trying to, isn't it? I guess what it's going to do is cut them down.
I feel like if it
Well, actually, do you know, it picks up the little bits.
I feel like when they're wet and they're
So I think-
intertwined within the fabric, it will.
Making a funny noise now. I think it would, because it's actually, if you see, obviously the big chunks, doesn't like the big chunks, but look, the little bits, it is picking those up. So I think so. Look, you see how it's picking up all the little bits? Yes, it's a great bang. Yeah, but look, I think it will, because it's the big chunks. It doesn't like those as much, although I think if I was persistent, it would break them down. But it's picking up all the little bits. And once they've been through a washing machine, it's just stuck on. So, yeah, I think it will. Oh, right, now I've got to have a look inside. Message. Yay! Off and on again. Always Ben's fit. I know, from Smoffy. I think that's so funny. Yeah, that's Ben's technical. Right, we only have 20 left. Look. And there's 15 baskets. Look, can you see there? There's the little bits, blue bits of tissue paper. So, yes, I think it will, because look, it has picked those up. Oh, after we've done with that, I washed my tracksuit bottoms with the tissue and it cleaned it off with the bobbles from Avril. Thank you very much, Avril. Brilliant. See, I don't know why we bothered trying. You guys know all the answers. Well, that is something I hadn't thought of, because it is so annoying trying to get those off. So it really is worth it. And look how easy it is to clean. Love that. Right, I'm going to leave that with you, because we have got twice as many people who've got this in baskets as we've got in stock. So I would suggest, if you've got it, get yourself one and then put one in your present box, because who wouldn't want one of these? Definitely me. Yeah, we'll see it back in again in 6 months. Get it checked out quickly. Oh, we'll have to keep this one in the office now I've used it, so I can bring in all of my clothes. I don't know why I haven't got one myself, really. I don't need one myself now. So if you've got anything, just bring it in. We'll shave it all off for you. We could be called Shaving Street, couldn't we? Your specialist shaving service. Seam wand. We love this. Ben and I love this tool. Well, neither of us had really used it. We'd seen it, but we didn't really know what it was for. Then we found out what it was for. It is absolutely brilliant. So when you want to press a fabric, but you can't, because... here, I've got some calico that's really useful here. I wonder how the Odecoat's coming along. It's been drawn on, it's been painted. Oh, it's getting stiffer now. So if you've got a fabric that you can't press, so maybe it's PU vinyl, maybe it's like a velvet that you don't want to squash the pile on, or like a net or something like that, you can press the seams of this. It's the simplest of tools. It's a beech wood that's got a nice flat edge and a sharp point. But the good thing about beech wood is it absorbs heat really well. So you can either just press the seam. So maybe particularly if you've sewn a seam and you need to press it, you can then press it with the point like that. And look, if I open that up, that's left a really nice crease. So if you're doing EPP or FPP, it's ideal for that. But the great thing is because it's beech wood, if you put it onto an iron, it will absorb the heat of the iron, it will warm up, it won't get hot like it would if it was metal, and that would obviously melt your fabric, but it's just warm enough to help with fabrics. So if you're doing something like FPP or EPP where you want to just have a quick press and move on and you don't want it too hot. Or if you're using a fabric that you really can't press, this just gives you the gentle heat. But because it's got that nice sharp edge, you can either use it like this to make a crease in it. So you imagine when you're doing your FPP and you do that. Or if you want to press, use the flat edge. And all you do is just pop it on the iron for about 5 seconds and press it. And because it absorbs the heat, it's brilliant for quilt as you go. Because you need to be, you sew it and then you turn it over and press it. It's absolutely perfect for that. Because you can't press quilt as you go with an iron as you're going because of all the marks on it, which will disappear. So these are brilliant. They are $13.99. They're one of those tools. It's like a proper traditional tool. In fact, I think we've got the clapper. That's one of my other favourite things. I love the clapper. I love a traditional tool. Been around for a long time, and it works. It does one job brilliantly, and it works because it works. You don't need to change the design of it. Don't need to change the materials. But it's been created. It's ergonomic, and it just works. And it is brilliant. Now, Catherine is going to be... we'll be using it in the next hour. So if you want to see it in action as well, it is one of those invaluable gadgets. You know, we all have them, ones that we absolutely love. We couldn't do without. This is one of them. Tube turners. It's one of mine. It's my go-to gadget. Right, let's do the clapper because I love the clapper. Again, now the clapper, I would love to know how long this has been around for. I mean, this is a traditional tailor's clapper. Years and years, and they haven't changed it because it works. Again, it's made from beech wood because beech wood absorbs heat really nicely. Now this clapper, it's Millwood, so it's a really good brand. See, it does two things. If you are dressmaking, it's brilliant for that because it's used for tailoring when you need to press seams. It's also really good for quilting, particularly when you've got lots of seams. So if you've got to press seams over to one side, and maybe you might have like 4 or 6 layers of fabric. So you steam the fabric, and then you put this on top, bang, like that. What it does then, so if you are trying to press a seam, maybe a jeans hem, it's brilliant for that, is that the heat and the moisture in the heat is drawn straight up into the wood. Because the problem with when you steam something, it leaves moisture in it. It makes it very flexible. But this is, you press it down, it draws the heat up into the wood, which means that the moisture disappears, but the heat is retained. So the heat is what presses the seam. And because of the weight of it, it presses the seam as you want it to be, whether it's a hem or you're pressing a seam open or flat. Takes the moisture out, keeps the heat in, seals the seam. Now, tailors have been using these for years, and they don't change them because they work. But it's also got another thing here. You see the point here. This is brilliant for pressing collars, points of cuffs. So you put the point of a collar in here. You can iron straight. You can iron onto it. Obviously, you need fabric underneath, but you can iron onto it again because it absorbs. It's like the pressing mat. It irons it sort of twice because it pulls the heat in and then releases it back again. You've got another point on this end that you can use for little small areas. So whether you're bag making and you know you've got those box corners, absolutely ideal for that. And the handle obviously is used to press those seams. It is invaluable when you're hemming jeans. Brilliant item, and only £20. Yes, these are so cute. Oh, actually, Charlie gave me a needle earlier. Where did they go? Where did they go? No, Charlie had a whole pin cushion full of needles earlier. Oh, it is on the shelf on the other set. So the two of these, they're different colours, aren't they? So let's start. Which one have you got? Pistachio, which is this one. So it is, well, look at it. It looks like a little macaron. It's so cute. Does two things. It's a needle sharpener, and you can keep your needles on it. Oh, thank you, Dan. So if I find a needle, there we go. So on one side, it's magnetic. So if you want to, you're sewing, you're sitting on the sofa, you don't want to lose your needle, pop it on there, ideal. You can use them for like hand-sewn ones, or maybe you're sewing up your cardigan and you need it. You can put several on there. You can put pins on there as well. Then this material inside, I don't know what the material, does it say what the material is? It just works. Anyway, it sharpens the needles. So you just pop your needle in, and then you just draw it back and forth a few times, and that sharpens your needle. How cool is that? So yeah, Ben's favourite thing is, so you see it's £12.99, which is so cute. It's a Clover product, so really, really good value, and they're always beautifully designed Clover items. But the favourite thing, Ben's favourite thing is when the £12.99 turns into £9.99. So it comes in this little box, so it will sharpen your needles as well as you can use it for a needle keeper. And I think that's really useful because it's very important that you keep your needles nice and sharp, and then they're just easier. You will sew quicker and you will sew neater. So you just put the needles inside. Well, I don't know. I mean, it does. Can you use them with machine needles? That I don't know. It doesn't say you can't. Don't know. So you just move it and then it sharpens it, but that's quite nice, isn't it? Anyway, we've got a pistachio coloured one. It doesn't stick on the side that's got the logo on. You have to put it on that side. So you can keep your needles there. But it's just a sweet little thing. £9.99. It's really, really useful, but it's really cute as well. Have we got them in the pink? Yeah, we've got it in the pink as well. This is Ben's favourite colour. And we'll reduce that one as well. So that's what it looks like in the pink. So you can get them both. They're so cute, aren't they? They feel like you want to take them apart, but the material that's inside will sharpen as well. So £9.99 for a pink one, £9.99 for a pistachio. So that's £3 saving. Lovely. These are really cute, aren't they? I like the fact they come in little boxes as well. What a nice little stocking filler. So I think it's nice when you have a product that's useful and beautiful at the same time. There we go. Oh, that's raspberry, not pink. Raspberry and pistachio. Well, they would be, wouldn't they? They're so clever. So it's like a little spongy. Yes. This is my favourite. Where is it? Where is it? Where is the wooden meter stick? Oh. We'll come back to it. We haven't got the wooden meter stick. We'll do the blades instead. No, these are fab because everybody needs them. Always. If you're particularly, well, obviously, when your blades become blunt, you must change them because they just don't, you know what it's like? You think, oh, I'll be fine, I'll just cut that bit of fabric, and then you'd use your rotary cutting blade, and then you have to use your scissors to cut it at 3 points. And then eventually you change the blade, which honestly takes like a minute, and you think, why didn't I do this earlier? Always have a spare supply. Now, the great thing about rotary blades is they will fit any rotary cutter. As long as it's a 45mm, which is your normal rotary cutter, any of them will fit the 40. Oh, the meter stick has arrived. Right, so we've done a price comparison. We've found a 5-pack of Fiskars. It doesn't matter what brand the blades are, they will all fit. Look at that, £24. Whereas our pack, 10 for £19.99. And they are really good quality. I use these. Beautiful Japanese steel. Now, they come in this little pack. So what you need to do is, what I've done, the first time I got through them, I used to keep the spare ones on a shelf, the blunt ones, and then keep the empty box as you go through, and then you can put them on. But they are so easy to fit. In fact, I'll give you a little demo, because somebody asked me the other day about this. Right. So this is a different make. That's Alpha. It doesn't matter. As long as they're the 45mm. So if you want to change a blade, the most important thing about changing a blade is put everything down in the order it came off. Otherwise, you will forget how you did it. So undo the screw on the back and put that down the side up it came. And then you'll have a little washer, which is slightly bent. Take it off and put it the way it came off, because you won't remember. Then take that out. So yours, rotary cutter, they are all pretty similar, but just take it out in the order that you came off. So there's the blade. And then all you have to do is take the new, well, I'm not actually going to put the new blade in because there's nothing wrong with that one. Take the new blade. Now, make sure you've only got one. I put 2 in mine by accident, and I kept thinking as I was cutting, I was getting all these funny threads and fibres, so much thread. And I realised I'd put 2 blades in. So do check you've only got one. Because that is really annoying. I thought I couldn't work out what I'd done wrong. So then when you come to put it back together, now I've got them all in order. So all I need to do is put that in. Just be careful with these because they're obviously sharp. So hold them in the centre, put that on, and then put everything back in the order you took it off. You have to push that bit up and then put that, because they do all have a certain way up. And then if you just screw that on gently, then you'll make sure that it hits the screw thread properly. And there we go. Done. That's how you do it. So 19.99, do always have spare ones. There is nothing nicer than if you're going to cut a whole quilt, put a new blade in. And it's like cutting through butter, isn't it? Absolutely brilliant. So again, it's a bit like having a packet of needles. These are two things that you need spares of. 19.99, absolute bargain. Right, the meter stick has arrived. Now I love this. One of my, makes the best noise. I love it. I love it for, the price is fantastic. I'd pay twice as much of this for it. It's lovely. It's like you kind of vintage retro tape measure, isn't it? It's got the hole on one end so you can hang it on the wall. You've got metric on it. You've got imperial on it. Now, this is brilliant for measuring, funnily enough. With retractable tape measures, which I do love, they can warp and distort, so you can't always guarantee they're 100% accurate. And also, when you hold them, they will move around. Now, if you're needing to measure something wider, so you've got your fabric here, and it's got to be an exact measurement. Because the ruler is wooden, it's flat, it will be an exact measurement. So it's just a really accurate way. I used to use these a lot with curtain making because obviously they're that much longer, so you can measure the distance. So maybe you've got to cut like 80 centimetres of fabric. Just measure that up against the side. Also, I mean, $4.99, fantastic. They're really good for hanging quilts because they've got a hole in each hand, in each end. So say you've got like a wall hanging, you could put tabs across the top, and then you can thread it through and then hang them up. And and it looks lovely, doesn't it? It's just a lovely thing. Pop a nail in the wall and you can hang it up. Really good for smoothing things out. So maybe when you're quilting, you put your backing fabric down and you're wadding and you need to be all nice and smooth. That's what I use for this, because I use my rotary cutting ruler, but this big one, you can smooth all the creases out. And at $4.99, it's brilliant. What amazes me is that we still only charge $3.95. And you imagine the size of the package that comes in. I know, I don't know how we do that really, because that's longer than a normal package. Right, so before we go to a break, I know we've missed a lot of people with YouTube playing up, so we're just going to recap. Well, let's start with the early bird with our fabulous textile markers. Amazing price. The full price for these is $13.99. But it's early bird, so we reduced the price to $9.99. 20 felt tips, they're double-ended, so one end is thin and one end is thick. You can draw on fabrics. Once you've done that, you press them, and then you pop them in the washing machine, and they are completely colour fast. This is what I did earlier. So one end is fine, so you can draw. I'll get the right end. And then one end is thicker for sort of more colouring in. So you're getting 2 pens for each. Just $9.99, really good things. But also if you just want to personalise things or label things, or if maybe you've made somebody a gift, just sign your name inside it. Absolutely perfect. Or if you've got white trainers, colour them in. They'd be brilliant, wouldn't they? So I think that's a great price. Good present for somebody as well. Oh, the eau de coat's next. How is my eau de coat coming along? Oh, actually, I have to say this. Now, we reduced this by £1 just because I said I think we should, because I love eau de coat. Look, if you were watching earlier, I put some eau de coat on this. It's dried now. You can see it's a little bit stiffer. It's absolutely brilliant. Eau de coat you can put onto fabric before you cut and sew it. Just let it dry first. Or you can apply it to fabric that you've already cut and sewed. So if you've got a wash bag and you want it to be waterproof, put eau de coat on. If you put one layer on, it will be just slightly showerproof. If you carry on 2 or 3 layers, it will become waterproof. Maybe you just want the bottom of the bag. Maybe you want the back of a picnic blanket, placemats, lots and lots of different things. Very simple to put on. You can either use the card that it comes with just to spread it on, or you can use a brush. Let it dry. And it takes 20 minutes to dry, so it's not long. And then you put on the other coats, let each coat dry. And it is brilliant. Pound off. Sneaky pound off. Then the Microtex needles. So in the pack here of Microtex needles, you get 100... We're on single figures. 100 needles. Now, this works out as 50p each. If you buy them in packs of 5, they work out about 75p. I mean, prices do vary, but it's about that. To have 100 Microtex needles to hand so that you don't run out is absolutely fabulous. If you're like me, you break one, you break two for some reason. These are the Microtex ones I chose specifically because they are ideal for quilting weight cotton and also finer fabrics. They're very sharp, they're very fine, they will work at speed. And those things are very important to me. We've also got the universal needles. So the universal needles are more for if they're less expensive, but only because they are made in greater bulk, not because they're any different. They're just as good quality. They're Schmetz quality, which is perfect. I mean, Elna Janome Machines recommend to use these, a really good brand. The universal needle has a very, very slight ball point, so you can use them for all your normal cotton, but you can also use them on your jersey and your stretch fabrics. Obviously, you know, specialist needles, special for the job, but when you're buying them in bulk like this, get the Microtex if you're, you know, mainly a quilted weight cotton sewer or delicate fabrics. Get the universal ones if you do other fabrics, or if you sew all sorts of fabrics, get both. And then finally, have we got any lint removers left? We've got so many. Right, less than 20 of these left. And it took us 6 months to get them in. They are lovely. Oh, we've got someone who's bought 5. They are brilliant presents. These are great gifts. For £17.99, that's 5 people's Christmas gift covered. Lovely rose gold trim. You just recharge them by plug them in USB. Pull them out. And then you've got, and then this will trim, cut all the bubbles off, all the lint. We discovered as well, when you leave a tissue in the washing machine, it's all over your clothes, it will remove that. Once you've finished with it, you just open it up and clean it out. It's really simple, and it comes in a nice box, so it's very giftable. Cordless, rechargeable, 45-minute battery life. Really good as well for things like soft furnishings or carpets that have been damaged by pets, or just constant wear. Renew things. If you sell second-hand clothes, absolutely ideal for that. Or, you know, you've got your favourite jumper and it's got bobbles all under the arm where it's rubbed. Absolutely perfect. It will make your clothes last longer, and that's what it's all about, isn't it? For just £17.99. Right, a couple of things before we go to break. We've got 2 Emily Roberts tools here. Now, the alphabet stencils, these are absolutely brilliant. Let's do alphabet first. So these are ideal if you want to personalise something and you want the alphabet templates to be able to trace round. So maybe you want to, so you can see on the picture here, maybe you want to trace somebody's name or personalise something. You just choose the letters you want, you draw around them. It just means that if you're tracing onto Bondweb, 8, I want to make a word now, 8. If you want to personalise something, then if you're doing it on Bondweb where you need to trace in reverse, just turn them over, draw around them, and then you can press the Bondweb then onto fabric and you can personalise it. Maybe you want to draw around them to use them for applique. But they're all the same size. They're a really nice, easy font to be able to draw as well and to sew round. Cat. No, I'm looking for... Yeah, I wonder... I can only... There's obviously only one of each letter. So I can only make a word with one. But obviously you can make as many as you like, can't you? Because you can obviously use yours. But they're a really nice font, aren't they? Look. Cake. Cake. That's what I was looking at. So draw around them. Use them for personalising items. You know, it's really nice when you're making things like bags for people, pea bags, and you've got their name on. So that's all the letters. Now, obviously, if you've got that one, you'll be needing numbers, won't you? Numbers and punctuation. Once you've bonded them onto your fabric, just use a zigzag or a blanket stitch to sew them on around the edge. Oh, look, we've even got a hashtag. I like that. We've got all of the numbers. Look, there's a comma or an apostrophe. There goes, because if you want to put hers, we've got an ampersand, a hashtag, an exclamation mark. So you can do the exclamation, look, if you want to do an exclamation mark, you can do that. You've got the comma if you need it. That's brilliant, isn't it? You could use 2 of those for quotation marks. So that's a really good set to go with it. Brilliant templates, though, aren't they? And also, they're slightly textured on the wrong side. So particularly when you're using them with Bondaweb, if you place them down, they're not going to slip so much. Absolutely perfect for personalising your projects. I've got to make sure I put those 2 little ones back in. Mustn't lose those. For the less than 20 of the lint removers we've got left, please do check out. It took us 6 months to get them on in stock, and they are brilliant. I'm going to be bringing all of my jumpers into work from now on and get them all done, rather than buy my own. Anyway, I will be back with you in a few minutes' time with the lovely Catherine, who's got 2 brand new kits, which are gorgeous for all of your tools. We've got them instructions on their own and patterns. So in the break, go on to sewingstreet.com, go on to Watch Live, check out ahead, means that you can just watch the demo. I will see you back here in a few minutes' time.
Hello, I'm Catherine Wright from Leicestershire Craft Centre based in Market Harborough. I'm delighted to be part of the Sewing Street family. I've been sewing since the age of 7 when my mum taught me to sew. I particularly enjoy dressmaking, and all through my childhood I made my own clothes, including dancing costumes and my prom dresses. But I also enjoy patchwork and bag making and hand stitching and embroidery and really anything textile based. The thing I particularly love about fabric and textiles and stitching is that there is always something new to try, there's always a new technique or a new skill to learn, and I really enjoy doing that. My top tip for new sewers is to be friends with your iron. Your sewing always looks better when it's been pressed, and it's not like ironing your own clothes. It's much better than that. And also to build your skills up step by step. Don't launch in with the wedding dress first off. You know, start with a simple dress and build your skills up, and then you'll see good results right from the start and feel enthusiastic and carry on sewing. So really, just have a go, have fun. It's all about having fun and enjoying it. So happy sewing.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
And we'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Bye.
Did you know that you can continue shopping 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even after we've finished broadcasting live? Just head over to www.sewingstreet.com for thousands of sewing supplies available from top brands. You still pay only 1p&p with split pay available on certain items and an easy checkout service too. Plus you can get expert advice and tips from our Sewing Street hub, and UK customer support is available 24/7. So head over to sewingstreet.com and continue your sewing journey.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Welcome back to Sewing Street. And we've got Catherine right here. Morning, Catherine.
Good morning.
Good morning. So you've got 2 new kits for us today.
I know.
In
I've
1
been
hour.
busy. I know.
Exciting, isn't it? And they kind of go together as well.
They do. Well, how this came about is every year with my patchwork group, I do a secret surprise project.
Right.
This year we did 2 things.
Oh,
This was our secret surprise project.
Right.
And they come along and they bring their stash. It's to use things up.
And they don't know what they're going to
They don't know what they're making until they come. And then this is what we made this year.
Well, I'm going to start with the quilted tool bag. So this is lovely. So it's got a zip that goes all the way round, so it opens up lots, wide lots.
Yes.
And then inside, like this, it opens up like flat. So it's like a basket.
Yeah, it's really useful.
It's really good. So that if I guess it's brilliant for workshops. If you take all your tools with you, because it's there, it's like taking a basket that you can zip up. So it's got all the sides, nothing will fall out because it's got sides on them. And then when you want to take it away with you, you just zip it up and it has a handle. There we go. So it's really, I love this. I think this is great for having on your sewing table because I've always got stuff all over mine, but then to be able to zip it all up.
Yeah, it's a handy. It's handy and it's a good size, not too big, not too small.
No, it's great.
But useful for lots of things. So you could crochet hooks.
It'd be brilliant for crochet actually because I've got all of my crochet hooks in a pencil case.
Yes.
And when I want to find,
rummage, don't
so I was
you?
looking for a 2.25 yesterday, and because I've got them all the same brand, I had to empty them all out amongst all the stitch markers and everything to find them. So actually, it'd be really useful for that.
Makeup brushes.
Yes. Makeup brushes.
My daughter would use it for makeup brushes.
Oh, yeah, that's true. All your hairbands and scrunchies, jewellery.
Yeah.
Be good for your jewellery because I've got lots of like big chunky necklaces.
Yes.
Because you can then zip it all up and take it away. How fab. Right, so that's the quilted tool bag. Now, we have got kits for this. I'm going to go through the kits first so you can see them. Now, this one to start with, this is the Kaffe one. So it has Kaffe on the outside and Kaffe on the lining. So, now, there is enough fabric here to make 2. Because why not? Why not? $32.99 for 2. One for you, one for a friend, or to be honest, 2 for you. Because then you can keep 2 different things in them. So in the, we'll go through the pattern in a moment with Catherine, but you'll get the full pattern. Then you get, because it's fat, you need a fat quarter of each, but we've given you a ½ metre so that you can make them. So you've got ½ metre, this beautiful one, look at that, stunning. Then you get ½ metre. So you're getting 1.5 metres of Kaffe fabric and the pattern for $32.99.
Who doesn't want extra Kaffe?
Oh. I think you should, well, also, because you've got the same amount, you could then move the fabrics around, can't you?
Absolutely.
So what you've got on the outside, with the other
put
one,
on
you
the
could put on the lining as well, couldn't you? This is fabulous. So $32.99, absolutely love that. I think that's a great price because you've got the pattern. So obviously once you've got the pattern, make 2 of them. Then you'll realise how great they are. Then you can use your stash to make even more of them. So, you know, you could Odecoat these. Yeah, just thinking about that. Then you can keep all of your toiletries inside. So going on holiday, wouldn't it be brilliant? Pop all your shampoos and your conditioners, suntan lotion and everything in there. Pop it in your suitcase. Oh, Karen says, this tool bag would be great for makeup. The lip liner always hides in my makeup bag. Absolutely. But on holiday, you know, you could pop it all there, chuck it in your suitcase. Then when you're on holiday, you can open it all out, put it on your bedside table, and it's there, isn't it? Yeah. Be brilliant for things like tablets. You know, when you've got a bag with all of your different tablets in and you can't find them, or a first aid kit. So many things. You can make 2 with this kit, but then once you've got the pattern, you can make even more of them. Actually, wouldn't it be nice in denim as well?
Oh,
not
gosh,
not like a really heavy one, but a lighter weight denim. Or you could patchwork fabric and put it all together. Fabulous. Love the cave one. Right, well, I'm going to go through all of them and then you've got to tell me which is your favourite. Loads of the cave are in baskets and we have less than 15 left. And remember, this makes 2 because you get 1.5 meters and you need 3 fat quarters. So we've deliberately given you extra because I know once you've got this, you'll want to make more. So you've got enough to make 2. Right, the next one, had to be Liberty, didn't it? Had to be Liberty. So you are getting, again, full instructions, you're getting 1.5 meters of Liberty nonetheless. $32.99. This is very good. It is, isn't it? Yeah. I think that's a really good price. 1.5 meters. I mean, look, open it up. That's just one piece. You're getting 3 of those. Liberty. 1.5 meters. And these colours all go together nicely. And so you could choose. So you can choose which you put on the outside, which for the inside, which is for the handle. That's so pretty, isn't it? Again, you know, use it for your sewing supplies, but don't limit it to that. It can be used for things all around the house, particularly for travelling. I think it's really good for that because you can have different coloured ones in your suitcase, couldn't you? You could have one with your makeup in, one with your jewellery, one with all your first aid kit. Oh, loads of ideas for that. That's the Liberty one, $32.99. Remember, right, we only have, we've got 14 of this one left. But 12 of them 13 are in baskets. So if everyone checks out, gone. 16 in baskets. Now, if it's in your basket, check out or you're going to miss out. Love that Liberty. We'll tell you which one's the most popular at the end. And then we've got this gorgeous. This is bright and cheerful and fun. Look at this one. I've got to open up all the fabrics. This is actually quite cool, isn't it? It's very quilty, isn't it? It's a bit baby blocks.
Well, I was thinking it was quite manly, actually.
Well, I suppose
it's
the baby. I'm kind of thinking because it's like the baby blocks, isn't it? But irregular.
Yes.
But yeah, it is more. I love that. Yeah, you could put toys. Wouldn't it be great to fill with all those little toy animals? You know, those little plastic. We used to have loads of those farm animals everywhere. Colouring pens and pencils. Could use it for that. $32.99. And remember, you can make 2. I know I keep saying that. So you've got this one. I like that. It is quite modern
really nice.
And cool, isn't it? And then you have the blue one. Now, these are all from the same fabric range, so the colours and the prints go together. This is gorgeous, isn't it? Look at that. And again, the full pattern. So you either go amazing, bright and cheerful and wacky and a bit modern, or you go gentle, classy, Liberty, or you just go mad cave.
Which would you go, Rebecca?
Yeah, I don't know which. I don't know.
Well, I mean, I like cave. I always like cave.
Yeah,
I do really like the modern one, actually.
I guess it depends what I'm doing with it, actually.
If I was going to gift it, I probably would.
Yeah, if I was going to gift it to somebody, but then if I was going to use it, say, for my toiletries or something like that, I think I'd use this.
Yeah.
I think it's nice and gentle, isn't it? But the cave is fab, isn't it? I love this one. I think that's mad.
It does go very
really
nicely
cool.
altogether.
Right, we have also got the pattern on its own. So if you want just the pattern, if you have just the odd bit of stash, Nobody does.
No,
not
no,
really.
no, none of us.
You need 3 fat quarters.
That's right.
£9.99. Amazing. Obviously, if you want the fabric as well, then buy one of the kits, £32.99. So it shows you actually what amazing value that fabric is. £9.99. But we also have another kit as well. And then you'll see how this kind of all goes together. The other project. So this is the French braid craft case.
It is.
So tell me about this one then.
Well, I really like French braid patchwork.
Yes, I like French braid patchwork.
And I was thinking, oh yes, how can we use that in something?
I'm going to open it out so you can see. So French braid patchwork is where it's like a bit a log cabin-y, as in it, you piece it.
Yeah, sort of herringbone, isn't it?
Herringbone-y, but it has those sort of right angles.
So I quite like, when I design a thing, I quite like it if you learn a technique
Yes,
that you might
yes.
have done before, or a pattern. So it started with me going, well, I'd like to do something that includes the
Oh,
French
okay.
braid.
It's a lovely pattern. Really like that.
So that's what it became. And this is, so the idea of this one is
So
it
anyway, yeah,
folds-
I'll open it. That's what the outside looks
is
like.
that it folds up and you can keep your things inside.
So you can put all your like pens
Yeah,
or
so
scissors.
my one here, look, I've put my stuff in it to show you.
Oh, can we show Catherine?
If you show the overhead.
Hers is filled.
So look, so I've put my pattern in.
Obviously,
You can
seed one.
fit a small patchwork reader in if you
Oh, okay.
as well.
Or
yeah.
a tablet.
Yes.
Or a Kindle.
So, and obviously these you can make to fit whatever you particularly want to. Then we've got
Oh, and it's got a
little
pincushion.
little needle pincushion, yeah. The idea is
And then it folds up like this, and then it just goes
like,
round.
you know, like those envelopes.
So obviously it's ideal for your sewing kit. You could use it. Wouldn't it be nice for colouring pencils? Again, it'd be good. You could put all your makeup brushes in here, couldn't you?
Yeah, so one of the ladies that came to make it in my class, she's used hers for her art things because she does art as well. So she's got brushes and pens and
Perfect.
things in it.
Now, can we make 2 of these?
I think, yes, you can, because actually they've got the panels and it's got loads
Right,
of
so
strips in.
look,
Definitely.
I'm going to start with the blue, this blue one. Look at what you get in here. Right, this is fabulous. So you get the full instructions. You then get this. Look at the price of this, and you're getting all of this fabric. You get this massive panel. This one is called Portuguese tiles. So those beautiful bluey grey Portuguese tiles. Look at the size of it. Look. Look how big it is. All of this. So you can definitely make 2 of these. So you've got the panel, and then you've got 1/2 metre of white fabric. So that's used for the lining. And then you've got 1/2 metre of navy, and that's used for the pockets.
Yeah.
Absolutely loads. So you can make 2 of those. Wow. So if you wanted to make the matching quilted tool bag and French braid craft case, for example, if you've bought one of these kits, you could buy the other pattern of the other one, and then you've got enough fabric in to make both.
I think,
Am I
I
really
think you'd have,
confusing you?
no, I think you'd have enough.
You see what I mean?
Yeah.
So that's the Portuguese towels one. There's beautiful, lovely shades of blue and white. You can buy the panel just on its own as well. But £19.99, which is a great price because of the size of it. But for £27.99, you can get the whole kit.
All the extra.
If you only want the panel, there we go, £19.99. They're all 2.5-inch strips of these lovely, they're almost like a denim-y blue in a Portuguese tile. But £27.99, you can have the whole kit. Right, another colourway. This is your sort of, what's this? Is it like national? Oh, I can't remember what this one's called now. No, it's got a special name.
I always like the colours in that one.
I love the colours of this one. Birds and butterflies. The Natural History Collection. I knew it was called something like that. Let me lay it down like this. So obviously all of these strips, they're 2.5-inch strips, which you then cut to make your French braid. Beautiful shades of creams and taupes and that lovely citrine. You've got a pomegranate pink and a lovely ebony, because it's quite a soft black rather than a really harsh black. And then it's got all of these gorgeous butterflies and birds all over. I mean, there is so much on this panel. Isn't that gorgeous? So imagine the French braid made in that. Will look really stunning. Now, the fabrics that go with it, to use for the lining and to use for the pockets, you're getting natural seeded and Sangria. I think it's sangria. And that, yeah, it was sangria. So that's your sort of really tasteful, botanical collection. Now, we have got the panel on its own. Let me just hold that on. If you want the panel just on your own, remember the panel is $19.99. If you only want the panel, that's fab. But obviously the kit with instructions and the other 2.5 meters of fabric is just $27.99. Hang on, that panel's $14.99. Well, that's a good price. I'd get that if I was you, because the other one was $19.99. I think this might be a mistake. But do you know what? It's not our fault, is it? Yeah, look at that. $14.99. That's amazing price. Not sure it's supposed to be that price. Not supposed to be. Just, well, it'll probably get changed later. So we'll just move on. But, you know, it is that price. What can we do? Right, the last one. This is all really bright. This one is called Ditzy Rainbow. I'll hold the panel up. Isn't that gorgeous? I love that. So the actual prints in it, so well, you've obviously got all the colours of the rainbow, but they've all got like little prints in. So you've got like little dots and grids and rick-racks and stripes, but you've got all of the colours. So you can make a really super bright. And then the fabrics that go with it in this kit, you get 1/2 metre of an orangey and then 1/2 metre of bright blue. So imagine how bright and fun that is. So if you want it, depends on what you want to use it for. So you either go the botanical butterflies and bees, you've got the blue, the Portuguese tiles in the sort of denim-y blues, and then you've got this super bright one. And you get the pattern with it as well. Now, we have also got the pattern on its own. Oh, this panel on its own. How much is this one? This one is priced correctly. $19.99. If you want just the panel on its own. There we go. Panel on its own. We have also got the instructions on their own to make the whole French braid craft case. There we go. $9.99, just the instructions on their own. So a whole choice for you, but we're going to, well, Catherine, you're going to start with the quilted tool case.
Okie dokie.
Where do we start with this then?
Where do we start? We cut everything out. So you've got all your kind of cutting instructions, rectangles and squares.
Right, so everything's in the instructions.
Everything's in, of course. And then there's a little template to help you get your nice curve at the corner.
Right. Oh, that's handy. So you haven't got to
trace
draw that.
off. No, you haven't got to draw it. You can trace it off. And then everything that you want to use on the outside.
3 of the cave ones left, just saying. 3.
You need to interface it and then we quilt it.
So what do we need as far as interfacing goes?
So I would use a fairly sturdy interfacing because you want it to have a little bit of structure. Yes, that one.
This one. And how much do you need?
Let me see what my useful pattern tells you.
What does your pattern say?
1/2 metre.
1/2 metre. So you'll need one of these. YCL 892. Bed. We'll get that on the screen for you in a minute. You'll need 1/2 metre of that interface.
And then similar quantity of wadding, but obviously wadding's always really wide.
Yeah, so you could use H640 fusible or just a cotton wadding.
Yes.
And we've got both here. So you could either, you need 1/2 metre of either the interfacing or cotton wadding. Depends which one.
Yes.
That you prefer to use.
And you can see I've started to quilt mine. So I haven't cut it to size until after I've quilted it. I've put my wadding on, quilting it.
Okay.
Then I'm going to cut it to size because when you quilt it, it can shrink down a bit. But you can do what you like with the quilt. I bought this one, and so Elaine came to my class and she made this, and she made it so nicely. And she used the fancy stitches.
Oh, of course. Yeah, we use them because we've all got them.
And she used up some, she made her fabric a bit different. I said, oh, can I borrow it just to take a show? Because it gives you different
it's really
ideas.
nice. Well, the problem is we have these stitches and we don't use them.
No.
That's really
So
nice.
it's a really
isn't
nice
it?
way of doing it.
Lovely.
She was very good. Look, she marked it all out and everything because she's not ironed her lines off. But it came out really well.
It's
yes.
beautiful.
So then when I've only done straight line on this one. You can then cut it to shape. What you're going to use for the inside...
So you need 1/2 metre of interfacing.
Yes,
so
you
if you're
also...
making 2, will that make 2?
No.
No, you'll need 1 metre. So buy 2 units of the interfacing if you're making 2 bags.
And you need to interface your insides as well because it just gives it that extra bit of sturdiness.
Yes.
Yes, and strength.
Also, it's easier to put the wadding. I've decided it's much easier with the wadding if you put an interfacing on.
I think you're right.
H640.
You're right.
It doesn't wrinkle in the same way.
No. Well, I made 3 different versions in different ways, and this was
did
the way that turned out best.
Oh,
yes.
okay. So,
So
I guess it gives you those nice structured sides.
It does. Okay. So the first thing we have to do is put the zip in. So I've got my nice chunky zip. And
Right, zips. Now, you need these chunky zips. Now, these zips are not easy to get hold of, but Catherine has got them for us. So you need to be able to have the right zip. Oh, I've lost the end of that one. We've got them in 3 different colourways. So we've got this lovely navy one. Can we do that one first, Ben? Oh, we'll do that one in a minute. Carry on with that a minute. Sorry,
Okie
Catherine,
dokie,
we'll
is
do
he
it in a minute.
finding
We've
his
just got to
things?
find the code for it.
so you're going to put your zip face down onto, it is longer than the curve, but that's on purpose so that you've got something to play with. Just make sure your pull is sort of not right on the end.
So is this a 5-6 mil zip?
It is,
Can you
yes.
use a smaller zip? Or is
You
this,
could use a smaller
this
zip,
best,
absolutely.
really?
I just like the chunkiness
Yeah,
of
no,
it.
it is nice, isn't it?
It also means, because it's so nice and wide and chunky, you don't have to put a zipper foot on your machine to sew it in.
Of course, yeah. Yeah, because with these sort of wider zips, you get a bit more zip tape, don't you?
You do, yeah.
So just
And this is this is the size we always use in our bag making classes, and we just really like it. Yeah, so...
Well, it is a bit stronger and chunkier, isn't it?
yeah, you don't... And, I mean, if you do put quite a lot in them and they're heavy, you don't want your zip...
No, that is true.
breaking,
You want
do
it to
you?
last a bit, don't you?
Yeah. So it's face down on the right side, and I'm clipping it round this curve. And then what I tend to do is I tend to tack that in with a machine tack, because once you put your lining bit on, you can't see what you're doing. So I tend to do a row of tacking first just to hold it all.
Okay, right, let's do the zips while you're clipping that on. So I'll start off with the navy one. So this is, how long is the zip?
You've got 25 inches there.
25 inches, which is more than enough, that's what you need. And you get the slider as well. Now this is a 6 mil zip. And you get the slider as well, and it's navy, and then the zip coils, it's a nylon coil, so you can sew over them. And then you've got the matching metal head in a sort of a bronzy colour. £2.99. I mean, obviously, it's ideal for this bag, but if you need a 25-inch zip, perfect. Slightly chunkier as well than your normal zip. And they're not the easiest things to find, but it will come with the slider as well. So that's the navy version. Then we have the cream neutral. Again, beige it's called. Beige. I was going calico, neutral.
It's nicer than beige, really, isn't it?
Like that. Neutral.
Although apparently beige is very in this year.
It is, it's just the word, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, that one's sold out. And then we have the black one, but I don't know where the sliders go. Well, you do get a slider with the black one.
Oh, yeah, there should be sliders
Yes,
with all of them.
it's on there somewhere. It's probably got lost under all my piles of fabric. But you will get a slider with the black one. £2.99. So 25 inches, 64 centimetres, does come with the pull as well. But, you know, if you need it for a bag, absolutely perfect. Right, so
I've tacked that in.
So you just tack it on the edge, just on the edge.
Yes, and then...
The Cave kit has sold out, everybody. Liberty kit has sold out.
Then my lining piece is going
Funky one is left.
face down on top. And sometimes I always think it can be a bit mind-boggling this when you do it all inside out and upside down. So you can just like look inside to check that things are looking like they're going to come out right. Because it's very annoying if you put it on the wrong way round, isn't it? You know, and if you're not sure, like you can always, you know, hand tack it in and double check you're right before,
Yes.
before you
Well, at
do
least
it.
you've got 2 chances then, haven't you?
Yes. I haven't lined that up very well.
Well, it looks like as well, I think a lot of people think, oh, I can't do zips, but this is looking nice and manageable.
Yes, I think it's very manageable.
Because I guess because your zip is longer, so you're
Yes.
not having to try and fit it.
No, so that's fine that you've got this over the edge. You're going to trim that
Brilliant.
off later. Yeah, I'm very kind to people.
Well, it's just a bit easier, isn't it? Otherwise, you know, it makes it less scary that you've got to put in a zip.
It does. Yes, because I mean, when we did this in class, a lot of the ladies hadn't really done any bag making before, so this was sort of quite new for them.
Oh,
But they all
nice.
did very well.
So the only one that we have left now is the bright one. The Cafe one has sold out, and the Liberty one. Not surprised.
So then, when I've got my lining in like that, I'm going to sew it round properly this time with a 1/4 inch seam, really, because it's got this lovely wide zipper tape.
Right, so you're not using a zip foot then?
No,
Normal foot.
you can just get it in without a zipper.
Yeah,
foot,
but that's nice.
which is really nice actually.
Yeah. Well, also, if this is the first zip you've done, it's a little, you know, I think people are scared of zip and because they haven't done them, or they've done one and it's gone wrong, but
Yeah, you don't need to be.
this is a good one to do. There's so many different things you can use this bag for. I think it's one of those bags, once you've got the kit or the pattern, you'll be making it over and over again. You could fill it with sweets and give it to someone as a gift.
Okay, so then when you open that out, you'll see you've got
The zip on one side.
got the zip
And I
on
guess that interfacing has given it a nice structure.
It
You need
has.
for it to be a basket.
absolutely.
Right, half of the stock of the bright one, which is the only one we've got left as a kit. So the one that has this amazing fabric, this one here. Half of this one has gone. The other 2 have sold out, and we've got more in baskets than we've actually got. So if you want this kit, remember there's enough fabric in here to make 2 of the cases. It's gorgeous, isn't it? Love that. It's nice as well that we've chosen 3 from the same fabric range so that you know that the colours and prints all go together. So do get checked out on that one. Or we do have the pattern on its own. Just $9.99. Obviously, the pattern comes with the fabric for $32.99. Makes it amazing value for money because you're getting 1.5 meters of fabric. But if you want just the pattern on its own, but it is... What? Oh, no, sorry, the pattern on its own sold out. So I can't have the pattern. The only way, the only way that you can get hold of this pattern now is by buying this kit. That's good. So the only way you can get it is you will have to, well, you're going to have to come back with it. But that's all I can say. This is lovely. I think it's great. I would use it for loads of things. I've already got crochet hooks and holiday in mind.
Excellent.
Because normally I like, empty all my stuff on my bedside table and I've got all like my perfume and my deodorant and my hairbrush and it's all over the place. But
you don't have to unpack. It's
no, but
kind
also
of
it means I could make a quick exit because I'm not very good at packing. I could just chuck it all in and go, couldn't I?
Absolutely.
Brilliant. I could take one to Glastonbury with me, couldn't I? Could have all my stuff in it in my tent.
Yeah.
Fabulous.
So I'm
Put all
going
my
to
teas and coffees in. all my
quickly
tea
do the
bags.
same on the other side of the zip.
So the other side is sewn on in exactly the same way.
Absolutely.
Right, there's only 5 of this kit left. That is the only way you can get the instructions now, is to buy this kit. And we only have 5 of them left.
And really the key with it is just to make sure things are lining up.
Okay.
You know, that you get things central, because then it'll be the right shape when you put it all
so
together.
lots of pins and clips. to
Yeah,
keep it all...
absolutely. And, you know, just keep checking. I'm not taking the time that I would normally, but to keep checking you've kind of got the middle in the middle, and then you'll be okay. Yeah, I think the clips work very well for this.
Well, I guess you've got all those layers, so it just holds them together, doesn't it?
It does. You can just... And then when I've got my zip in, then I stitch across the bottom of each end of the zip,
Right.
so that it's not coming apart. And then you can trim it off.
But not...
The last thing you want to do is pull the zip pull off before you've secured it.
Very annoying, yes.
Yes. There could be tears otherwise.
So that's your big sandwich.
That's my big sandwich. And I think the bits that's scary is you can't see what you're sewing, can you? I think that's what people feel afraid of. But you can feel where your zip is.
And also, because the zip is that much wider,
Yeah.
you've got a bit of more margin as well.
So hopefully
Made a
we
boat.
should have a nice zip in the middle. So with the quilted bits on the quilted side
Okay.
and the lining on the lining side.
Fabulous.
Okay. So then you can choose what you want for your handle.
Of course.
So all the little elements go together before you put the whole final
Right.
thing
Oh, that's good. So
together.
you can just choose a piece for
So
the handle.
I've gone with that one as a contrast, and I stitch it in through just one layer so it doesn't show on the
Right.
outside.
Okay.
You can see there. And then we have our little gussets,
Oh, those, yes, I see what you mean. Those bits
Yes.
that sit.
and they want to go, and they go in on your lining. So shall I show you how to do a gusset? I don't know how much more you want me to do before we do the other one. Or shall I just talk you through?
Yeah, just talk that through, because actually that's now sold. It's sold out now.
Okay, so
Big
the little
chunks
gussets go in on the lining side.
now. Right.
And then, so when you've got that ready, then you can attach it all together.
Ah, I see.
Okay, so what happens is...
So I guess once you've read through the instructions, think about what
Oh,
goes
yeah,
where.
absolutely.
And then you can decide which fabric you're going to put where.
Yes. So I like it if it's got a nice contrast between the two, because whatever you use for your base, you're going to
Oh,
see
of course,
on
it
the
folds round.
outside,
Yes,
it
I see what you
folds
mean.
round. And
of
it
course.
will contrast with the side.
Nice.
So
That's
you
brilliant.
clip that in, and again, it's just making sure it's all central, so the zips are directly opposite
I think it's
each other.
a brilliant project. I really want one of these. It's brilliant. Fabulous. So this kit is all now sold out and have the pattern. So we are going to move on to
We'll
the
put
French
that one out the way then.
braid craft case,
Okay.
which is fab as well. So again, you know, it's so nice to make things for your sewing tools, isn't it? And you're also going to learn the lovely French braid design, which is used with the strips that are on the panels. When you open it up, it has a pocket that you can put a book in, or a pattern, or your Kindle, or your iPad. You've got adjustable loops to use for your hairbrushes, rotary cutters, pens, pencils, all different items. So you can personalise this for you.
Look.
Now we've got 3 different kits. We've got the Portuguese tiles kit, which is this one here. So you've got a massive panel that's full of 2.5-inch strips. It is enormous. That's one side. Look how long it is. And then it's really, really wide. So that's what you get in that kit. With 1/2 metre of navy and 1/2 metre of white, because that's used for the inside. If you fancy more of a botanical look and you want to go for the butterflies and the bees, how about this one? Really big. Now you've got enough fabric in this kit to make 2. So you can have one for your sewing and one for your art, or one for your sewing and one for other small items.
Again, you put your crochet hooks in.
Yeah, crochet hooks, knitting needles. But you can personalise it to fit with you. Once you work out how it all works, you can put different size pockets in, big pockets, small pockets. You might want to have loops on one side, more pockets on the other. Just depends on what you're doing. And you get 1/2 metre of sangria and 1/2 metre of natural seeded with that. But if you want a really bright and cheerful, mad one, that's this one, the rainbow. Gorgeous, isn't it? Absolutely gorgeous. I mean, the panel's so big, I have to hold it up like that. It's so big. Look at that. And with that one, you get 1/2 metre of the blue, bright blue, and 1/2 metre of orange. They all come with the pattern, so it's a brilliant price, £27.99. For £27.99, you're getting the pattern and enough fabric to make 2. The Portuguese tiles, which is this one here, has been the most popular. And if you want the pattern on its own, we have that as well. £9.99 if you want the pattern on its own. But to be honest, it's probably worth getting the kit because of the cost of the fabric. It's really, really good value. Right, how do we do it? Oh, you've done the patchwork. Oh, that's...
So I've started this one of the I think the rainbow looks great.
Amazing. So tell me about French braid. What is it?
So it uses small rectangles that you put together in a herringbone.
So it's like a parquet floor.
It is.
Or
absolutely.
a French braid. It does look
absolutely.
like a French braid, doesn't it?
And obviously you can make whole quilts out of it, but I never get a whole quilt finished, so I like doing little things.
It is lovely.
You can put them together randomly. So that sample that I made with the Portuguese tiles, I totally did them randomly.
Oh, yeah, because I was thinking, because in that one there, you've got the same colour of the 2 bits.
That one, I've done them in pairs. This one, I've started to do them in pairs.
Oh, okay.
So it's up to you, really. Absolutely. So again, if you wanted to use up, if you've got little bits left over from design rolls, or just any scrap fabric, because they are small,
they are just
small
little pieces.
rectangles, exactly, so that you can use anything. So to start it off, you take the first 2 like this, right sides together, and you're just going to stitch that short bit there. Helps if I do actually line it up with a 1/4 inch seam.
So this is actually, like you say, it's quite good. If you get the kit or the pattern, you can practice the design and make something achievable.
Yes.
And then, once you cracked it, you can make a whole quilt.
Yes.
In fact, wouldn't it be lovely to make a quilt, like a sampler quilt, where you've just bits of all the fabrics you've ever used?
That would be really nice.
Or a memory quilt of just lots of bits of...
That would be lovely,
things.
actually.
Because it's, like you say, such small bits.
Yes.
So you could use all random fabrics, or go colourway like you've done. But it's nice to have a project where you can actually practice it, but keep it.
Absolutely.
Got
Got me little lovely seam one. So you maybe don't want to like press every single bit as you do this. You can give it a little press with that.
Do you heat yours up?
Well, I do when I can be bothered. Quite often I just use it like this rather than having to go to the iron. But I know it does work well if you heat it up.
So really, it's because I was saying earlier, if you were with me at 8 o'clock, this is where it's great when you're doing things where you can't be bothered to go back to the iron, or it's just a little
Keep going backwards
thing.
and forwards, yes.
And that's where you use it.
Yes. So the side with the seam is then where you put your next piece.
Oh, I see, yes, because I was thinking, I wonder if it's that log cabin where it builds and builds, and I guess it's got the same principle, that you build it as you go.
You do. But you're always working in strips.
It's nice, isn't it? And actually, like, it changes, you get a real 3D look depending on the fabrics you use as well. So with yours, you've got quite a 3D element to it. Maybe because I think maybe because it's print, when they change direction,
yes,
it almost looks a bit darker. Even though your pairs are the same.
Yes, because when I've put my two together,
Yeah.
I rotate the middle one just to give a bit of a different look.
Yeah, I quite like that.
So you're just going to build them up like this.
Oh,
It's as simple as that.
so would you recommend pressing each one as you go?
Well, I either finger press or use my
Yeah,
seam
but
wand.
not just...
But I don't kind of leap up between everyone.
But so that's where I guess having a seam wand or a mini
Yes.
iron next to you is quite
Yes. I mean, ideally, yes, you'd press it really, really beautifully.
Or you just use the magic seam wand like Catherine.
But yeah, because you don't always, sometimes you just want to get on and do it, don't you? And you don't want to get up and down.
Morning, ladies. I thought you just said half a litre of sangria. Sadly not, Michelle. It was half a metre. But actually, I wouldn't be amiss to half a litre of sangria, particularly if it was in a nice big jug with lots of slices of orange and lemon.
And we were sat by the beach in Spain.
I have had white sangria, Ben, actually. There's a really lovely tapas restaurant in Bath. Really nice. Yes, really good. And I had a lovely jug of white sangria there. But actually, what I like is white port,
Do you?
which I never discovered until I went to Portugal. And
Do you not think it tastes better, though, in Portugal?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
Well, I always like to buy. I bought a bottle of gin on the plate on the duty free. So, you know, you take that with you on holiday because then you've got it in your room, haven't you? Got to Portugal and discovered white port. The gin went back unopened.
Wow.
I've never had port and brandy though. That sounds really strong.
It does, doesn't it?
Port and brandy. Has that got a name?
Is it a particular cocktail?
I don't know.
I don't know that
Ben's just saying
combination.
port and brandy together. I mean, that sounds.
That sounds it does. That was just what I was going to say.
Evil. I'm going to stick to my sangria.
That sounds something my daughter would drink at university.
Yeah. What port and brandy?
Well, and it's
Like having snake bite and black or something.
oh yeah.
Oh. Really evil. I remember there used to be some pubs when I was at university that wouldn't sell snake bite
Really?
because something happens, I think, when you mix the two together. There's a chemical reaction, and there were certain pubs that just refused to serve
They
it,
used to sell it in our student union.
which is probably, well, yeah, but some would. It's probably very sensible. That's horrible, Ben. The pub he used to go to used to sell pints of pond juice, which was, I can't believe you even bought it. That was just the drip trays.
Ooh, that's disgusting.
Horrible. That's actually.
Yeah, that is
Well,
gross.
I guess it's just beer, isn't it?
Well, it's like, yeah, it's the overflow, but still, how clean are the drip trays? It's like,
I think they should have given that away, not sold that.
no, I think that's a bit, yeah.
I mean, it's clean, isn't it? But it must be horrible.
Yeah. When I was a student, one of the clubs we used to go to used to do like these, well, I call them cocktails. They weren't cocktails because they were in pint glasses. But they used to do one that was called a wiggly worm, and it was green and it had a big jelly worm in it.
Nice.
Yeah, and then they did one called a Pangalactic Gargle Blaster, which, I don't know, just had everything
That was
in
probably
it.
pond juice.
It probably
It did-
was.
It was the drip trays. As a pint.
Yeah. Yeah, these days they'd call them cocktails and do them in a small glass, but back then you just got a pint
just
of
got
it.
yeah, when you get a jug.
Oh dear. So So you can see it grows
It
really
does.
nice and
yeah.
quickly.
While you're thinking about all your cocktails and your favourite drink ever.
Well, I've just come back from California.
Oh, have you?
I went for a wedding and it was
Oh,
lovely, and there were
nice.
cocktails at the wedding.
What's
and
the
it was-
California cocktail?
Well, because they'd like curated special cocktails for the wedding, and they had it, the cocktails all had names of their dogs.
Really?
Yeah, because they're big dog people. So a Timo, which was what I mainly drank, that was really nice. It was elderflower liqueur and wine and something else. Soda,
Nice.
soda maybe. It was really nice. Yeah, very refreshing.
Very refreshing, but could be
Yes.
lethal. I like, my favourite, I think, is an espresso martini.
Yes, I like those.
But I
Because
don't think
they wake you up as well.
very lovely, although I'm very partial to a pina colada.
I don't think you're going to refuse anything.
You can't drink loads and loads of them because they're very sweet, but, you know,
I don't like rum things. Otherwise,
coconut, isn't it?
Yeah.
Lovely. Right, so Ben is putting all the ribbon through. I was thinking, what's all that coming up? But you will need some ribbon for your case. So we just put it all through because you need
just, yes, a little bit for your...
half a metre. But if you need some ribbon, we've got all the ribbon here.
You need a little bit of elastic.
Little bit of elastic.
Your
We've got elastic as
things.
well. Look,
I'm trying to finish this so I can cut it to the same size.
99p for a bit of elastic.
And you can see it together.
It does feel together. So I think this is great. Learn how to make it. Make this, and then whole quilt. Whole
Yeah,
quilt.
no probs.
You could keep building it. Has it got wadding in it?
So, yes.
Yes.
It's got, well, fusible fleece, I believe
Fusible
that
fleece,
one
so it's
has.
got the H.
And I have also interfaced the lining, just because you're stitching the different bits onto the lining.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, so that just gives it a little bit.
Right, so we've got interfacing on the lining, and then it has
Sturdiness
got
as
some
well.
H640 within it.
I thought there was so much of that lovely thing. I was going to make a rainbow pocket on mine.
Oh, that would be nice. Well, I mean, you can personalise it, can't you? So if you decide you want it for
Absolutely.
your quilting tools, or
I mean, you could decide, you could put 3 pockets and decide you're just going to keep lots of patterns in it.
that's
And it's
brilliant.
like a little pattern folder.
And then you could have them all on your shelf in
Yeah.
piles, couldn't you? For different patterns, one, and they'd all match. So you could
keep
have one
them
for your
flat.
crochet hooks, one for your patterns. Be a good thing to take on holiday, though, wouldn't it? Because you could have a pocket there that had your Kindle in or your iPad. You could have a little thing there to put your glasses in. One for your bookmark, one for your sunglasses, one for your sun cream. Be brilliant. Once you've got this, is like your blank canvas, isn't it?
Well, it is. And you make the 2 bits separately. So you're going to make the front, put your fleece on and just, I just quilt down the ditch of the rose. And then you make your inside. So then you can do that exactly how you like. Put everything on it. Then you sandwich them together and bind it. So the
Brilliant.
two bits are
But like you say,
separately.
it's you designed this because you wanted to do the French braid, but
Yes.
actually make us something with it.
Yes,
But it does change completely depending on what the fabric you use, doesn't it?
totally. These were just leftover bits of a design roll,
Okay.
that one. Because sometimes you do a project and it doesn't use all of it, doesn't it?
Well, like you said, they're only little rectangles, so they are good for using with design rolls or pre-cuts, or our amazing value kits.
Okay, last.
So the rainbow kit that Catherine's working with, it's catching up now. We're seeing together that, that's amazing. Remember, you've got enough fabric to make 2. So £27.99, you are getting a metre of fabric plus the panel, plus the instructions, and you've got enough there to make 2.
So do you know what I'd do if I'd got children?
What?
Well, I have got children.
If I had them.
Young children.
Young ones.
I would make them like a little gift where, when you put a notebook in that's kind of held with a piece of elastic, and then this side you could have your crayons.
Oh, it'd be fab,
And your
wouldn't it?
pens and a little, so they've got like a little carry-all.
It'd be brilliant for
thing.
holidays, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
For in the car.
Or for
on the ferry.
grandchildren,
We
you know.
used to go to France on holiday, so when we were on the ferry, my mum used to make us, we'd have a special, kit, and it was in a bag, and it was all things like a colouring book and pencils, and it was the most exciting part of the holiday, was getting your travel colouring activity kit.
Did you used to have those I Spy books?
Oh, I just loved them, absolutely loved them, loved them. But it was so exciting.
Yeah.
It was nothing to do with keeping us quiet on the ferry,
No.
not running around the cabins. Nothing to do with that. I loved that. But that is quite nice, you know, to have that as an activity thing, particularly with children when if you're going out to cafes and things, to always have a pack.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
And it's a bit nicer than a screen.
It is,
You know.
and much nicer.
Yeah. When my youngest, I'm just going to turn that off, was little, she used to have to come and sit through quite a lot of music concerts that her elder siblings were in. And she used to take with her a little notebook, and then she would, she'd mark them out of 10, give them stars and stuff. But you know what? It totally kept her occupied,
Yeah, she
listening
needs
and
that.
then, yeah, like writing about it.
I used to get through a lot of Enid Blyton at church.
So when you've got it to this stage, you've got to trim it down. That's quite long.
Okay.
But you've got to then straighten up these edges, else you can't
See,
stitch
so you
it
make
together.
it all like that, and
So
then
you make
cut
it all like this, and then
Got
yeah.
it.
I'm just going to come and stand. Can I come and stand
You
there just to
can.
cut it?
can.
Because it just gives me enough length.
Yeah, because you need it that way around.
Yes.
That's fine.
I know you can't see it
No,
as well,
but we can see your cutting. I like it when you do that, when you have like a patchwork that you make bigger and then trim, because it's so neat.
yeah, and you can keep these little scraps. You know, there's nothing to stop you using them for something else, some crumb piecing or something. There we go.
Oh, it's so satisfying.
And then, so I've done them alternating, haven't I? So I've swizzled my second one round. So then I'm going to put that one on like that. Looks good, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's lovely.
I like this
Yeah,
one.
it's really cheerful. And
So I wouldn't worry too much about thinking, oh, I've got to match up every seam. Yeah, it's nice if it does, but it's not the end of the world if it doesn't.
No.
In my opinion. It's still going to look good.
all that will disappear once
Yes.
it's quilted.
And this piece that you make is quite a bit, you can see it's quite a bit longer than the finished thing.
okay.
But that's so you've got enough to like play around with your placement of where you
Right, I
want
see what
it.
you mean. So you can choose.
Yeah, so you don't necessarily want the same bits together.
Right.
You know, so you've got a little bit of flexibility
So
in
you
there of
just
how
move
to
that
put it
bottom
together.
strip over a bit.
Absolutely.
So the kit that Catherine's making is the one that's on screen at the moment. £27.99. You get that massive rainbow panel that's all got 2.5-inch strips on it, and then you get half a metre of the orange and half a metre of the bright blue. Amazing value. And the pattern, obviously, and the pattern too.
So there you go. There's the three together. That does look pretty, doesn't it? And then you're going to square it off, and I just need to check what the size is.
That's fine. Well, we've got to... Oh, look at the time.
Oh, I
Look at the time. So you square it off, and then you make it.
And then you make
And
it.
then you make
Absolutely.
it. But it's all in the instructions. It will tell you how to do it. Remember, do personalise it. Once you've made the outside, personalise it to fit your tools, your hobby, whatever you're going to use it for. But it's a lovely way to practice. And once you've got that pattern, that's a whole quilt, isn't it?
The bits you cut off, you can save to make your little pin cushion.
Oh, you could. Have you got your embroidery cards with you?
They're out in the back.
Oh, yeah.
Room,
Don't
sorry.
worry then. So Catherine will be back with us in an hour with the embroidery cards. They've been flying out on pre-order.
Oh, have they? Oh, they're so nice.
They're really nice, aren't
Yeah,
they?
yeah.
Really, really good. Thank you so much for this out. Congratulations to everyone who's managed to get the kit. The quilted tool rolls, that's all gone. We have still got some of the craft cases left, but they are very limited across all three kits. That was brilliant, Catherine. I
Great,
loved
thank
it.
you.
I will see you back here in an hour.
Yay.
And I will see you back here in a few minutes' time. It's sewing school. Amber makes how to do curved shapes, and I'm going to show you how to make a giraffe and an elephant. And we've also got a lot of the Amber Makes giraffe and elephant kits and charm square panels as well. So I'll see you back here in just a few minutes' time.
Hi, I'm Becky. I'm the soft craft expert for Crafters Companion. I come from London and I've been sewing pretty much all my life. I particularly enjoy doing embroidery. I'm really keen on that, but my background is dressmaking and also sort of patchwork and quilting. So I do an awful lot of sewing for all sorts of different things. I suppose once you start sewing, you start doing lots of other kinds of sewing. So particularly got into needlepoint during lockdown, but I suppose embroidery is probably my real passion. My mum was a costume designer, so we were always sort of surrounded by bits of fabric and material and ribbons and that kind of thing. And I was always making teddies and my dolls' clothes as a small child. So it was just something that was quite natural. And in fact, I've got so used to being able to sew, it's just become a natural sort of part of what I do. I'm always fiddling around with fabric, as my husband puts it, making something new, trying something out. Always measure twice, cut once. I'm a great one for not doing that, and I always regret it. And making sure that you've got an iron to hand is really important. I use a tiny little, sort of almost like a travel iron that I have right next to my desk when I'm working, so it doesn't take up too much space.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £3.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £5.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with Split Pay.
And we'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Bye.
Did you know that you can continue shopping 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even after we've finished broadcasting live? Just head over to www.sewingstreet.com for thousands of sewing supplies available from top brands. You still pay only 1 P&P, with split pay available on certain items and an easy checkout service too. Plus, you can get expert advice and tips from our Sewing Street hub, and UK customer support is available 24/7. So head over to sewingstreet.com and continue your sewing journey.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street.
to Sewing Street. I can't remember where I am. Welcome to Sewing Street. So this hour is Sewing School. So if you haven't seen Amber Make Sewing School before, I decided that this year to do a series that we would go over some of the basic techniques or more complicated techniques in more detail, but make something beautiful at the same time. So whether you're a complete beginner to a technique and you'd like to go back to the basics of it, or whether you've done it before but you just want to learn some more, make something lovely. So we've done lots of different techniques so far, and I will show those to you in a moment. But this month is all about 3D shapes. So 3D shapes are basically a three-dimensional shape that you fill, and you either, this one's got weighted filling in, or it could be just a soft toy. And there are several techniques that you use for making these, but I know how much you love giraffes and elephants. So couldn't decide between giraffes and elephants, so we went with both of them. So I'm going to start off with the giraffe. So look at his gorgeous. So I've designed him so he's got ears, and he's got horns. I think they've got a special name, actually, but he's got little horns. And a tail with a knot in, obviously. Now, he hasn't got full-length legs because then he'd be very unstable. So he's actually got his legs curled up or down in the ground. Amy has designed all of the pieces amazingly so that it saves you all the hassle of sewing all the features on, because that's often the thing that makes or breaks a soft toy or a doorstep is all the features. So they're all printed on there for you, all the different pieces. You can even personalise them. So with the panels, this one says Georgina, but there's also a empty one so that you can put your own name on him if you want. So that is Georgina. Now, in the kit, you will get, let me show you, the panel and the instructions. So here's the panel. I'm going to put it on the overhead. Now, I found, so £17.99. Now, I found that when you make soft toys or doorstops, or you're doing any 3D shapes, this is where I've made it different so that it's easier for you, is that quite often it'll say, join the front leg to the inside of the tummy on the back leg. It's a bit like the sat-nav when it says, take the left-hand lane to turn right. Never understood that. So it's a bit like that. But so what I've done instead is I've labelled everything with letters, so it's really easy. So you can see here, everything is labelled, so it says E, A, F, A, because it's much easier if somebody tells you to match A with A and B with B and C with C than it is left foot with right arm or something. So everything is labelled. Now, I explain when you cut everything out, all you do is you cut out these little labels and pin them on, or you draw that on the other in pencil on the wrong side. So it's really simple. There's the applique sole. So if you want to write your own name or embroider your own name, you can there. There's his little ears, and there's the tail. Or if you've got the early bird felt tip fabric markers, you could mark that on there. So all the prints are worked. Where you have to create darts, the lines are drawn on. So if you've ever been sort of scared of making three-dimensional shapes, this is easy peasy. So there's your panel. You also get full instructions. Now, these instructions are bigger than our normal ones because I've put all of the details in here. They've all got full colour photos. And there's a lot of information because I want this to be as easy as possible, and that if you want to make a giraffe, then you can just follow the instructions and it's done. Oh, a message. My husband makes a Long Island iced tea that can take down a small elephant. Oh, could you send me that? Yes, could you send one round here? I love a Long Island iced tea. Going to make the elephant for my granddaughter, whose middle name is Ellie. Brilliant, Pauline. Yes. And then on the back, in the end of the instructions, this is why it's so big, I've put terms and techniques. So in the instructions, where it explains something, I've written it in orange. We don't often have the space and the time to be able to explain that. So these are all the techniques that will come with your instructions. So, for example, Bondaweb, because you use that for putting the appliqued soles on. I've told you in here exactly how to use Bondaweb because we don't often have the time to do that. I've given you some ideas about how do you fill things, how do you stuff things, pressing, seam allowance, what's a turning gap, what's weighted film, what does snips mean? So I've gone into detail about that. There's all the pictures, and I have filmed a full video tutorial. Now, the tutorial is available on the Amber Makes website. You either scan the QR code that comes with your instructions or visit the website, and I have filmed every single section of it and done a voiceover with it so that you can sew with me. And I know a lot of our customers say that sometimes they don't follow the instructions, or they refer, because all the measurements are in the instructions, you won't get any of that in the tutorial, but all of the how to sew this, how to sew that. So if this is something that you've always wanted to do but think, oh, I'm just not sure, I've got the video tutorial, so it's easy enough. So there's the giraffe. It's gorgeous. I love the giraffe. It's my favourite because little ears. Right, then we have the elephant, because we couldn't really do a giraffe without doing an elephant. And I know how much the giraffe is very popular, but the elephant, Ellie, is currently winning. So we could have just done a plain elephant, but I know how much you love an Indian elephant, so he's decorated. Amy has designed her actually, because Amy named them. Amy called her Ellie. So that this is one side, this is the other, but the actual, so is it a blanket, whatever the cover that goes over the elephant? The print matches up when you sew it together. Even the ears are done. And then when she sent me back the panel, I said, can we have his painted toenails? So she's got painted toenails as well. I've designed her so that she's sitting down. I just thought it just looks a bit nicer, and it's a bit more sturdy as well. So the filling is actually in the bottom here. She's got a tail with a knot in and a trunk. And obviously, because it's got all of the eyes printed on, again, it takes out that element of you putting the features on. It gives you that more personalised, it's rather than you, I know when I sew features on, it kind of makes or breaks it, doesn't it? I'm not very good at that. So because we've printed that all on for you, it's got the head decorations and the ears as well. So let me show you this kit. Exactly the same, printed panel. It does look, I think the elephant one looks really funny, just because of the shapes of the eyes and the heads and things. So you've got the different soles, you've got ears. Again, everything is labelled just to make it easy. Over half of the stock of both of them has gone now, so you need to be quick. Yeah, the elephant's winning. I wasn't sure, just wouldn't know. You just never know, my friend Georgina. So when you look at the panel, you might look at it and think, oh, well, that looks complicated, but this is what makes it easier. Because when I say in the instructions, sew B to B, that's easier than me saying to you, sew the top left corner of the left front leg to the message from Susan. I was always scared to try something new, but Amber Makes is so well explained, they are really easy to do, and your confidence will soar. Oh, thank you, Susan, that's a really kind message. Because a lot of people say, oh, I can't do that. I said, well, it is easy. It's just, if I was sat with you and explained it, it would make absolute sense. And that's what I try to do with the tutorials, is that I'm sitting with you, so I can say, look, honestly, it's easy. It's just I need to explain. So the way that this is constructed is it has two tummy pieces, and then the elephant is actually stuffed inside the tummy pieces. But look, you see, that one says Ellie, so you can use the Ellie one, or on here, it's got an applique piece. If you want a name on, or want to decorate all of the soles, you could just, because what you do with those applique pieces, can you see? They are sewn on top of the soles, but you could just embroider the soles with what you wanted. So there's all the pieces. I mean, I've done it. It took me a long time to do this. I made it and I remade it and I remade it. And every time I remade it, I thought, no, that's easy if I do that. It's easier if I do that. That's a bit complicated. So I've done it in the simplest way possible to make it achievable. Now, the elephant has got more in baskets than we've actually got. And we've only got 50 left. And over 100 in baskets. So full instructions again, now they are separate. Normally when we do sewing school, we'll have one set of instructions because we've got, say, 2 different colourways. These had to be separate. There is no crossover. Maybe stuffing them is the same thing. So how to stuff them is about the same, and that's about it. So they have completely separate instructions and separate tutorials. So what I would say to you is read the instructions, stick the tutorial on, and just sew along with me. But again, big set of instructions. I think the more, it's having the pictures as well. I took pictures as I went along and then I videoed it all at the same time. Got very confused. But it's all in there. I even explained to you how to make a weighted filling bag, because that's quite an important thing. And again, all the terms and techniques, and then you've got the full video tutorial. So that's the elephant and the giraffe. The elephant is about to sell out, so if you've got it in your basket, you need to be very quick with Ellie. But giraffe is catching up. Giraffe is catching up. Right, I'm going to show you a few little things. Giraffe-y things. So, I've got it all pinned together. So let me show you what I mean. So this is the back body. When you cut everything out, I say in the instructions, cut out roughly around each piece. If you cut out roughly around each piece, then label it after you've cut it out. It's just a lot easier. So with the back body piece, which I've already cut out here, just cut sort of roughly around the edge of it, and then you can label it. Now you can either draw on the back in pencil, I've done that, E, C, F, D, or you can get the little label and pin it on. Always make sure you pin the name on, otherwise you'll forget which piece is which. Some of them have little dots. That means it helps to match it up, but it's all in the instructions in the video. We've got an ear. So there's the right inner ear and the right outer ear. Now, I would say, because you need to know which is which, only because they're slightly different colours. So if you really, because obviously when you sew this right sides together with the labels on, they get a bit mixed up. So you could, again, just take it off and put it onto the wrong side, or you could pop it on in pencil. So I'm going to show you how simple it is to make a giraffe ear. Place the right inner ear and the right outer ear, right sides facing, and then sew them together. Everything is sewn with a 1/4 inch seam allowance. So I'm now going to sew through my label. When you're doing this, when you do curves like this, do sort of 2 or 3 stitches and then pivot. That just means lift the foot with the needle down and do 2 or 3 more and pivot. And you'll just get a smoother curve. I know it's only a giraffe ear, but it's nice to have a smooth curve on your giraffe ear, isn't it? Once that's done, now I've realised that I've actually managed to sew that in. But to be honest, on the video and the instructions, I did put a little eye on that, so I remember that was the inner ear, and an O on that one. You will be able to see which print is which. It doesn't really matter if you get them the wrong way round, but the inner ear is a bit lighter. So turn it right sides out. And I haven't got an iron. Oh, it's so disorganised. Give it a press so the seams lay right on the edge with your iron. And then we're going to make a little bit of shape, because can you see the giraffe? Strangle the giraffe. Turn round, Georgina. Can you see? I'm strangling the giraffe. I needed to turn her head round. Oh, look. She actually looks looking a bit scared, doesn't she? Look at her face. Like, it's got a little bit of shape. But, look, you know, I've stuffed her so well that she comes back again. I think I've upset Ben doing that. To get that little bit of shape, just fold it in half to find the centre and pop a pin. You will have pressed yours nicely. And then fold the edges to the centre. And pin that in, and then fold the other one to the centre. So it's quite simple, isn't it? What I would say with them is just work on them one little bit at a time. As I say, I have made them as achievable as is possible. But you'll learn lots of new techniques while you're doing them. And then you just tack that into place, because that will be sewn into place later. So there's a little ear. And now it's got that shape. But because of the way that Amy's designed the print, because you've got the darker one, that, and the inner one, it gives you that kind of 3D look to it, doesn't it? Right, next bit. Bodies. There we go. So this is the right body that we're going to put ears and horns into. Now, again, can you see with the right body? And this is the same technique for the elephant, in that everything is labelled. The seam allowance, another thing that I did was I find that when you're doing particularly door stops that you've really stuffed, sewing the turning gap closed when it's just 1/4 of an inch, which is what the seam allowance is quite hard. So I've made the turning gap 1/2 an inch wide, which is why you get this extended piece here. So when you sew the turning gaps together, you've got 1/2 an inch rather than 1/4 of an inch, which just makes it easier to sew it together, because when it's quite a small seam allowance, it's quite hard. So that's why you've got that bit. So you've labelled it all. The head has got a line in it, and you just cut along the line, and that's the dart. So that's where we're going to put the ears, because I decided that rather than having a separate piece for the nose and the face, it was easier if that was printed on. Let's spend our time doing ears rather than drawing faces. So you open this up and you pop the ear there. I'm just going to trim the bottom of that off. Put the ear at the bottom. It's easy to make sure that you've got it the right way around. It does say in the instructions. And then I've made the horn in advance, because that's just got a horn and a front. But I've stuffed that very lightly. Can you see it's just very lightly stuffed? It helps to make it stand up, but it gives it a bit of 3D quality. So all you have to do is pop the ear there and then take the horn. You don't put any stuffing in the bottom 1/4 of an inch. And pin that in. Now you can then, if you want, you can tack those in first. I'm going to leave my pins like that. And then to do this dart, because I think sometimes that's another thing, you think, oh, darts, soft toys. This is really simple. You just fold it together, because I've cut the slit. You just fold it together and match up those cut edges. And then you can either tack them into place, or you can just move these pins like I'm doing. Now, when I sew this together, obviously I need to sew those cut edges, but if I suddenly stop there, you'll have a little jump. So what I'm going to do is sew along and then continue sewing for about 1/2 an inch, but angle that off. In fact, if I draw it with a pen, that will make more sense. So when I get, this is the bottom of the seam. So when you get to the bottom, if you angle like this into a diagonal, so just like you're doing a dart if you're doing in dressmaking, it just comes off the edge. Now, if you're doing dressmaking with a dart, you might tie the ends. Actually, look, Charlie's got close there, so you can see it's just got that, just angled off. You might tie the ends. This is a soft toy. I'm not going to tie the ends. I'm just going to reverse stitch. It's not a dart, a bust dart in something I'm going to wear in. It's a giraffe. So I'm not going to tie the ends. You can if you like. So once you get to the bottom of that slit, where I showed you, just angle it. And then what I do at the end is I'm just going to reverse stitch on top of the seam I've already worked. Then, when I open it up, I've now got, because the way that Amy's designed the prints, it will all merge together. So I've got an ear and a horn and a dart, and that's what gives the giraffe that bit of shape in the head, but it doesn't look like it's sort of joined into a seam. And then you make the left body in the same way. So it's got ears. I think with when you make soft toys like this or door stops, if you've got extra bits on them, like the tail with the knot, that's what brings them to life. So it's really, really simple, isn't it? And when you do the tail, I tied a knot in mine. You don't have to, but it just looks quite nice, doesn't it? And Amy's designed it so that you've got a dark bit at the bottom, so the dark bit is what goes into the knot. Right, so there are a lot of different techniques, but the main technique really is matching things up. So I'll just show you, yeah, I've got time to do that. I've done the horns and the ears, front body and right body. So front body, so right body, there we go. So I'll just show you one bit, because this is a technique that you will use in the elephant and the giraffe. Well, basically the matching up. Now you can see, and this is the same with the elephant, that the prints have been designed so that when you join them together, this light section will flow through. This is this bit here. I think that's quite nice, where you've got like a light bit print that goes through, because that's what sort of gives it its 3D quality. It saves you the hassle of having to get it right because it's all printed on there for you. So this is the bit where I struggle with soft toy making because I can't remember what a bottom of a foot and a top of a whatever is. So with this, it's simple. Join the A to the A. So I can see I've got an A on my front body and I've got an A on my right body. That's easy. Place them right sides facing. Now, obviously, you don't want to sew on top of those labels, so you will need to take them out. I actually drew on mine in pencil as well so that I remembered. So join the A, and then it says join the B. Now with the B's are dots. In order to get this, let me show you the giraffe here. The top of this front body is a V here. By putting these extra sections in, this is what gives you shape. And sometimes it's this seam that can be tricky to join up. So that's why I've done it as little dots so you know where you are. So all you do, and on the pattern piece it says draw a dot at the B 1/4 inch from the top. So I can take my B label out now. Put a pin through that dot. And then I've also drawn a B dot, which I've labelled there, on my right body. Put your pin through that dot, and then you know that it will match up exactly. And then pull the pin through, and then put a holding pin in, and then you can take that out. And then basically, when you sew them together, you stop at exactly that dot, and that is what will give you that really neat V shape. Once you've anchored it at A and B, you know you've joined the right side to the right side, so you can just then pin them together between. And the curves on all of these, because we've got lots of straight edges joined to curves or shaped edges, they're all slightly different shapes, but they are the same length. So when you join them together, you might have to pull them slightly in ease, but they will fit because they've been designed to do that. There are some shapes, like when you're joining the bottom, the circular soles, that snipping the edges of the straight edge helps to make them fit in there. But other than that, they will just fit because I've made them several times to make sure that they do fit, because it's really annoying when they don't. I mean, and you might find that when you're doing it, you think, oh, well, I need to... There was just a scream then. What was that? I just heard this great scream in the gallery. What have you done, Ben? You might have just fallen off his chair. Right, so you can see what I mean, that they will fit, but you just have to move your pins apart a little bit. And then, when I sew these together, now because this is a technique that you will use, you can either start at the bottom and work to the dot, or the other way around. If you've got a lock stitch on your machine, which you may have and not realise, because I have to say I didn't realise, that's quite a good place to use a lock stitch, because, well, I'll show you. If you put your needle... Making sure everything's flat. Put your needle down. Put the needle down on the dot and then put your foot down. If you've got a lock stitch, just press that. And what the lock stitch does is it does about 3 or 4 stitches on top of each other. It's like a reverse stitch, so you know you haven't stitched beyond that dot. If you don't have one of those, with the needle down, slowly do a couple of stitches forwards and then very slowly a couple of stitches backwards, and don't stitch beyond the dot. And then that means that when you come to create the bit that's under the chin, it will be much neater. And in the elephant and the giraffe, that system of putting the dots in, because if you don't put the gusset pieces into these 3D shapes, then that's where you get the 3-dimensionality. So then it's really simple. You just sew it together with the 1/4 inch seam allowance. But as I say, with the video tutorial, it's all there. It's all there. So you can just go, what? Rewind, follow it again, and then... Right, there are 20 elephants left, 40 giraffes. And there are 50 giraffes in baskets. Right, so there are 35 elephants in baskets. Never thought I'd say that. 30 elephants in baskets and 20 left in stock. So it's a bit limited. So that's how, and then when you come to join up the front body to the other side, again, you're doing this point thing and you're joining up all the bits. So I've tried to make it as simple as possible so that it gives you the confidence to think, no, I can do that. And even if you find it easy, then it's nice to have a giraffe, isn't it? Nice to have a giraffe and an elephant. Right, let me turn that off. I'll sort that out later. Right, so I've also got the rest of the sewing school here. So if you haven't joined me on Amber Makes Sewing School before... Oh, we're doing charm squares first. We'll do... Yes, let's do elephants because... I've got to find them. Well, no, I've just got to find them. There's giraffe. And there's elephant. Yeah, and then there's Indian elephant. There we go. Right, so if you love giraffes, would you like giraffe charm squares? Then we'll go for the rest. Ben loves giraffes because he thinks he looks like one. Well, I guess you have got quite a long neck, but not... Because Ben's got a giraffe, a very long neck. So... $14.99, and this is the giraffe charm square panel. So you've got 40 5-inch squares. Now, I've managed to get these back in stock. You have got a really long neck, Ben. Ben, you've missed this. Ben's pretending to be a giraffe. Yes, it's a superpower. It's mad working here, honestly. It's mad. So you get 40 5-inch squares. Now, these sold out the last time we did them, so I persuaded them to bring them back. You've got a whole row of giraffes across the top, so you could use that for a handle or something. They're great, aren't they? So some of them you've got the giraffes looking at you. Some of them are the giraffe print. Is it a giraffe print? Have I got my giraffe? Then you've got the giraffe print. It's gorgeous, isn't it? Love that. So if you wanted to make a bag for your giraffe to go in, look. You could even make a little bag for them because it matches. You make a house for your giraffe. You make a handbag and just carry him around like that. Can you imagine that? Little giraffe. Be like a giraffe. You just make the head bit, couldn't you? His little face sitting out. So that's the giraffe charm square panel. Right, so if you like the Indian elephants, I've got the Indian elephants one. Again, this one we had to get reprinted because this sold out the last time we did it. Love that one. So you've got the kind of a teal or Indian back. You've got the decorated background in a lovely shades of teal, and then you've got that bright pink. You've got 2 gift tags on it. Gorgeous, isn't it? So there's 40 of these squares, all 5 by 5 inch. And remember, this one did sell out the last time that we did it. Beautiful. $14.99. You can make all sorts of things with the charm squares. Right, we've also got plain elephants, not Indian elephants, charm squares as well. These are safari elephants because they're by trees. There we go. So these are the elephants in the trees. So you've got daddy elephants, mummy elephants, baby elephants, and you've got lovely shades of that sort of vintage blue. We'll put some labels on this one. I made this, me made. This took ages. Made with love by. You've got rows of elephants on it. Now, we haven't had this one in stock for a while either. There we go. But there's only 3 left now. So if you love the elephants, there's the elephants. Right, so that's the charm squares. Yes, well, we could do sewing school, we can do elephants. Right, so should we do the elephant book cover? Hang on, I'll drop the panel. So this is the elephant book cover. So this is the elephants in the safari. So the way it works is the handles are optional. Some people like to carry their bag with the handles, but you don't have to put them in. Then it fits an A5 notebook. I've just used a hardback notebook. You can get any brand, any type. It's up to you. As long as it's A5, it'll fit. Inside, you've got 3 little pockets that you can fit pencils into. There's a label on it. You can put My Notes or you can put your name on it. And then on this side, you've got a little pocket that you can put other pencils or bits and pieces. Kit Kats, other chocolates are available. Be nice to have a sneaky Kit Kat in there, wouldn't it? Or a caramel bar, yes. And then there is a slip pocket on the back. So that's that. You know, when you have a notebook, you always have all those pieces of paper inside that always fall out. Well, you put them in there instead. It's done so that the print matches up. So you don't have to put that on if you don't want to. And then the whole thing is then lined with, I'll just take that out, because all you do is slip them in. So what's the good thing about it? You only need to make one of these, and you can just keep replacing the notebooks. But the whole thing is lined with a matching elephant print. So it makes a nice gift for somebody when you're not sure what to buy somebody and you think, oh, well, I can just buy the notebook because they're very inexpensive and I'll make a little book cover. Or you could use it to store things in as well. Then this is the panel. So on the panel, you've got all the labels. This notebook belongs to thoughts and ideas, to-do, oh, sorry, you can't see that. To-do list, My Notes. So all the different labels you can choose. The pencil pocket outer, the flat pocket outer, the flat pocket lining, the book cover flap. But I love the blues and the greens and the greys. It's lovely, isn't it? Full instructions as well. There we go. You could take it on holiday with you if you're going on safari. But it's a book cover for people who love them. There we go. Now, the next, we've also got the, should we do the Indian elephant tote? Elephant tote, which is down here. So this is the animal tote. So the idea behind the animal tote was I wanted to have it so that there's the trunk. The trunk is the handle, and then the trunk comes all the way down here, and then the trunk is spraying out water. So it's like the handle joins on, and it's the same on the other side. So you see the handle is the trunk, and it comes all the way around and sprays water out at the other end. I've done this one because I love a box corner on a bag. I like that depth, but I decided to do it in a bit of a different way. I've found this different way of doing it where you fold it all in and out of each other, and you get this really nice like little origami type fold on the outside. You still get the box corner. It's just a bit more interesting. On the inside, it's fully lined with matching prints. That's all on the panel. I'll show you in a moment. There's a zip pocket. Well, I didn't put a zip in this one, but you can. There's a pocket, an internal pocket. So everything you've got, I mean, even the inside of it is just as nice, isn't it? So you've got the handle tote, full instructions, obviously, everything you need to know, and again, full video tutorial. Your instructions will come with a QR code scan, or if you go to the Amber Makes website, the tutorial is on there for you to watch, so you can sew with me. Now look at the size of this panel. Look, because you've got the front of the bag, the back of the bag, extra spare elephants. You've got, there's a slip pocket as well as the zip pocket, so it's got 2 internal pockets. There's the matching lining. So you've got slip pocket, zip pocket, extra elephants. I'd forgotten about that. Yeah, so there's the zip pocket on the inside, and then it also has a slip pocket as well. So it is a really good bag that you can put loads and loads of different things in, but also it has got these handles that do that. This one I haven't put any wadding into, but you can put wadding in it or bosal if you want it to be really struct. It's entirely up to you. So look, it's spraying water, because they do that, don't they, elephants? They spray the water. So that's that one. Have we got the velvet? Yes. Where are my velvet bags? Yes, I have those here, but where are they? Oh, there they are, on the shelf. So here's the velvet pouch set. Now, these we have printed onto velvet, so the colours are more vibrant. And the printing is beautiful. Now, your kit will come in a box like this. I'm not going to open it, actually, because we've opened it before. So you open it here, and in the kit is the outer panel and the line. Now, there's enough fabric and pieces to make 2 bags. So it's printed velvet. Now, it's been printed in such a way so that when it's made, all the prints will match up. It also has little charms. So let me open up this one. You also have the pieces in it. So you've got, basically, you've got like a wash bag and or cosmetic bag, or you've got a pouch to keep all your EPP pieces in, and one to keep your crochet hooks. So the velvet is on the outside, and then there is a cotton fabric piece also printed, which is also in your kit, that is the lining, so that the linings coordinate with the outer. So you've got beautiful, super soft velvet on the outside, and then you've got these printed cotton linings that go on the inside. So in your kit, you get the outer fabric panel, which is the velvet, and you get the cotton inner fabric panel, and then there's the pieces to make the matching tags. But they are so vibrant, aren't they? The velvet is like buttery soft. It's beautiful. There is full instructions in the kit, and obviously I have done a full video tutorial as well for you to follow as you go. I had a lot of really good reviews about them, where people who haven't made zip cases before, and they have like little handles as well. But it's nice because we print them and design them ourselves. Therefore, we can, have the print. It's not just fabric you cut out, but the print is specifically designed for the pieces, so that the elephants are exactly in the centre of the front. Which, if you just used a normal fabric, you wouldn't ever guarantee that. And then it's designed so all the print goes up the sides. So those are the velvet pouches. Remember, you've got everything to make both. For $24.99, you can make both of the pouches. And they will come in this lovely box. There we go. Right, that's the velvet pouches. No, I've got one more. The bag. The Totally Tote. Have we got that? We have got that kit. I've got to find it now. Oh, where is it? Well, it was on the list. Oh. We will look for that, because it was on the list. I don't know where that's gone now. Don't know. I think that's all the elephants. I'm looking around. Right, so let's go on to sewing school. I'm going to, I don't know which order to do it in. Should we start at the beginning? So, if I can find them. Oh, there they are. Is that all of them? Yeah, they're in there. So, the first sewing school that we did, was, I started with how to sew by machine. So that if you haven't sewn by machine, or if you wanted just a refresher. But also I thought, let's make these produce bags, because you know what it's like. You go to the supermarket and you're supposed to put your fruit and veg and bread in bags, and then you haven't got them with you. And then you've got them at home and you want your bread to stay fresh, or you want your potatoes to stay fresh, and they're in the plastic, and then all the potatoes start growing, whatever they're called, bits. Yeah, not very nice. So the reusable produce bags come in 2 different prints. So this is the rustic one, Farm Shop, because a nod to how much I love Farm Shop services. So on the panel, there's loads on this. You get the bread bag. It says on it, the best is yet to come. And all you need is loaf. All you need is loaf. And then at the bottom, it's like a bread basket. So what you do is you can put your loaf of bread in, because it has a nice big square rectangular bottom. And then you can pull the drawstring up. But also, if you've put your bread in, and because bread is best kept in cotton or linen fabric, because it can breathe so it doesn't go wet, but it also helps to keep the crust nice and firm by it not being completely in plastic where it would sweat. So this is really good. But also what you can do is once your bread's in it, is you can roll it down, or if you've got rolls in it, and you can use it on your table as a bread basket, because once it's full, it's like that. On the panel as well, you've got a potato bag, because obviously you should always keep your potatoes in bags. Then you've got a vegetable bag, which is like a tray of vegetables for keeping all your carrots, broccoli, whatever, onions. And then you've got a little bag, which is brilliant for garlic and ginger, because I always have ginger hung on in a little bag like this, and it's just hung. Or you could put shallots, or you could put herbs. So I'll just show you this one panel, just so you can see how big it is. Look at the size of this, £24.99. And it is massive. It's got all of the strips for the handles. You don't need anything else at all. And it's even got labels, so you can put this bag belongs to. I could actually fit in there. Again, full instructions, and they have the terms and techniques at the back. And there is a full video tutorial as well. So if you want to make a set of reusable produce bags, that's the farm shop version. And then we also did, what did we call this other version? The grocers. So on the grocers, this is the bread bag, because it's got that bottom where you can roll it down. So it says sourdough, baguette, ciabatta, loaf of bread, bagel. So there's the bread bag. Then we've got the potato bag. Maris Piper, sweet potatoes, new potatoes, russets, red potatoes. Then we have the medium vegetable bag. So you take them to the supermarket, you fill them up there, if you're buying loose ones, and then they're easier to weigh, and then you can just have them at home. If you've bought them in plastic, decant them, put them into here, and how lovely does that look? And then you've got the small one, ginger, mint, rosemary, garlic, shallots. And it's a really practical and proper way to store your vegetables and your bread, but it's also attractive as well. And they're easy to make. There we go. So that was number one. Now, we also did a charm square panel for this one, and I made a bag with it. I've got to find the charm square panel. Where is... I've got 15 minutes to find the bag. It's not that one. Oh, can you not find it? What happened to it? Must have sold out. But I do have the instructions. So we can talk about that in a moment. Because we did a charm square panel, and we've done lots and lots of charm square panels. And I decided, I love charm square panels, but what do you make with them? You keep them and then you're not sure. So what I did is I made this market bag with them, but you can use these instructions. This is only instructions, nothing else. I have done a full tutorial, so although it's not a kit, if you go onto the Amber Makes website, the full tutorial for making the market bag is on there. And you can use, so maybe you've got the giraffe ones or the Indian elephants. I used a calico, but you could use any matching fabric. In fact, I made the market bag using these, which we do have, the Portuguese charm squares. So completely different. It's just a plain fabric, and then you've got the charm squares. It uses charm squares for the handles. It has charm squares for the two pockets inside. So it's a really good way of making the most of your charm square panel, but it's also got plain fabrics that you could just use from your stash. So there's the instructions to make a market bag that you can really feel. It's a really nice big size. There we go. Nice big size, nice and deep, two pockets, Got a nice deep box bottom, and it's a way to use your charm square. So in fact, I will show you this charm square panel, because I made it in two. We must have sold out of that one. So this is the Portuguese there we go. So this is the charm square panel for the Portuguese tiles. They're sort of like hot tomato, paprika, deep teal. Look at the colours on them. So you could, just buy these to add to your charm square thing. If you've got the market bag instructions, then it does look lovely. I think I used one of the Sewing Street, I think that was jade, and I used a bit of jade, and I used a bit of old gold and paprika for it as well. But you use even half charm squares for the straps, so you're really using up a lot of a charm square panel. So that's the Portuguese tiles. Right, so if we move on to the next one, which would make the most sense. I'm going to move. It doesn't matter, actually, what order they're in. They don't really, to be honest, I wanted the sewing school to be very standalone. So you can learn one skill, make one project, doesn't matter what order you do them in. So I'll do this one next, because this was patchwork. And I wanted to do patchwork easy peasy patchwork. So if you've not done patchwork before, really easy. If you have, this is a nice quick make. So we've designed it so that this is all patchwork. I'll show you the panel in a minute, but all the pieces are pieced. And then I wanted the handles, like you see, because I've seen quite a few bags like this that are quite expensive, and they have these leather handles. So I got Amy to design it leather, and she's put the little dots on that are like the little holes in the leather. And then on the back, that's printed for you so that you don't have to do the patchwork for that. I've just quilted it. And then on the inside, I'll turn it inside out, it has a matching lining. Look at that, to match the whole Portuguese. So that's the inside of the bag. Beautiful, isn't it? And I know a lot of people have bought this kit and made two and used their own lining. And it has a gusset down the side. So it's the sort of thing that really nice, quite stylish shopping bag, quite good for taking to school or to the office, because it will fit an A4 folder. It will fit your laptop. If I show you the panel, I'm getting in a right mess now. Charm squares. There we go. It's called the Piece-a Tote, because it's a tote that's pieced together. Piece-a Tote. So it's really, we've done it to make it easy for you, because all of these squares that you need are already printed on here, and you just need to cut them out. And from that, you use that to do these diamond inner square blocks. These are those leather look handles, because they do look like leather, don't they? And all of the pieces are printed, so you just need to cut them out for all the different squares. And then the jade piece I've done as one big piece so that you can subcut that just for accuracy, and it teaches you that little skill. So the jade piece there is used as the corners of this piece. There we go. So that's that one. We've also got that one available in the shibori. So exactly the same idea, the whole pieced on one side. So it's using those lovely indigos and whites that you get in shibori. It's got those leather look handles. So you're piecing that side. And then the back is printed as a whole piece for you, so you can pretend that you've done it. You've got these lovely gussets. And then the lining is in a matching print. There we go. So that's the shibori. Now there is a charm square panel also that came with the shibori. But with these charm square panel, Amy put a little bit of mustard in as well, because nice mustard goes really well with it. So you've got this kind of the tie-dye element of the shibori here with that little bit of mustard. It's got gift tags as well. But this would look nice in the market tote, wouldn't it? See if I was going to do a market tote with this one, I think I would just use a nice white to go for these strips in between. So if you want to get the market tote, or if you've got them already, this one would go quite well with it. So that's the shibori charm squares. Right, then we had the cushions. Because I know a lot of people always say to me, how do you make a cushion? Don't know how to make a cushion. How do you make a cushion? It's really easy to make a cushion. But, so what I did was, we did two. There's the Morris Makes Cushions. Now, on the panel, you have everything to make two. So what I show you how to do is how to do a really simple cushion that's got a zip in the bottom. That's one of them. And then the other cushion is how to do an envelope back. Now, if you already know how to do a zip cushion envelope back, it's fine. You just get two cushions. So with this one, and these are both on the same panel, this is how to do an envelope back with the William Morris. So you've got the pieces to do the two flaps of the envelope, and then the front, and then you will end up with a pair of William Morris cushions. £24.99. You've got, remember, you get both of these in there, and there are full instructions and the video tutorial that go with them. We also did the cushions in the vintage sewing machine print. So this is one of them. Now this is the one that has the envelope back. So I also show you in it how to, I know sometimes some people want just the envelope back, but if you want to add a little bit more detail, I've put some the information in the tutorial as well, how to put these little cotton tape loops on and put buttons, which just adds detail, but it makes it quite nice as well. So that's the envelope back, and then this is the zip cushion. So you'll have a pair, but it's just a simple, I've shown you a really easy way to put a zip in the bottom of a cushion. So that would be your pair of cushions, perfect for your sewing room. Right, and then the last one was all about curved seams. Now, curved seams are really important for many, many things, but also I designed these because this is a set of pots that I have on my desk all the time that I've made a while ago, and I thought it's about time that I gave you the designs as well. It's also about upcycling, because upcycling is very important, isn't it? And we all have these coffee tins or baked bean tins or golden syrup tins, and what do you do with them? Well, you cover them. So I explain in the tutorial how to join a curved bottom onto an outer. Now, these are all fully lined, so you could actually make 12 tin covers instead of 6 if you used your own lining fabrics. They're all fully lined. On the panel, there are lots of labels, so you can choose which ones you choose to go on it, because there are more labels than there are tin covers. And I've explained in it as well, if you want to paint them, you can. So that one says notions. That one, that's just a baked bean tin to put your scissors in. That's a baked bean tin to put oddments in. Another one, buttons. These golden syrup tins, because I love golden syrup tins because they come with their own lids. And they fit really nicely. But look, the bases of them have got all little bobbins on. So that one actually says bobbins. And that one says safety pins. And there are also, on the panel, there are some blank labels that you can write in so you can fill in yourself. So this one is... Ben's lost it now. Sewing room. Sewing, that's it, a storage of pots, sewing room. So you've got all of the pieces. Let me show you the panel for this one so you can see. Obviously, full instructions, video tutorial, as always. And then this is the panel. So you've got all of the pieces to make the outers and the bottoms and the linings and all the labels on that side to put on. And then you can have a whole matching set of storage pots to have in your sewing room that you can then organise all your things with. I obviously we have to do it in another print as well. So when I had a look around, a lot of what people have and what a lot of shops are selling, all these natural textile prints that I love. So I love the woven textiles. I love the jute look. I love the crochet look. Hang on, I have to go around the front and retrieve them. My arm's not long enough. So this is your natural home. So these have got slightly different labels on them. So we've got pencils. This one has, I think it's nice with plants. So that one's got a label that says, I will survive. For a plant. And then there's another one that says, no, what does it say? Amy made me laugh. I love I will survive. You don't have to put plants in them, but I think it fits a plant really nicely. On the thing, it's got, I will survive, I wet my plants, and water, please. So quite a nice thing if you want to give somebody a plant as well, that you can put them on there. So we've got plants. That one says pencils, odds and ends. They're also good. This one is for pens. You know those coffee tins that you get as well, that have that also have lids. They fit in them really nicely. And I have put in the instructions what size tins you need. That one's bits and bobs, and that one is paper clips. And again, they also have plain labels on them as well. There are charm squares that go with those as well, natural home and sewing room. Right, stock update on 5 elephants left, and there are 43 in baskets. So if you want the elephant, you need to be quick. Georgina the giraffe, 20 left, and 60 in baskets. Please don't leave me in your basket. I kind of want to just make the giraffe's head to have it sticking out of my handbag, because when I carried her in this morning, I had a zip-up bag, but I just had her head sticking out. It just looked really funny. Right, thank you for joining me on Sewing School. I will see you on Sewing School next month. I haven't got the project with me, but next month we're going to do EPP, giant AP. You're going to enjoy that one, just making it at the moment. Anyway, I'll see you back here in a few minutes' time with lovely Catherine. It's all about embroidery. This is going to be a great show. Fantastic product. Please do check out the embroidery cards in the break. They are selling fast, and then you can sit back and enjoy watching. I'll see you back in a few minutes.
Hello everyone, I'm Delphine Brooks. I've been part of the Sewing Street family now for over a year, and it's been the most incredible journey so far. Some of you may already know that I like all things sewing, anything from quilting to toy making, needle felting, and of course applique, which is my favourite. The best thing about being part of the show is being able to share with you my imagination and bringing you new ideas and new designs and patterns, and seeing how you interpret those designs and make your own work, and then sharing your images of those is the most rewarding part for me. I'm currently working on lots of new ideas and exciting projects that I cannot wait to bring to the show and share with you all. But in the meantime, take care everyone and happy sewing!
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £3.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £5.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches, and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street. Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
And we'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Bye!
Did you know that you can continue shopping 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even after we've finished broadcasting live? Just head over to www.sewingstreet.com for thousands of sewing supplies available from top brands. You still pay only 1 P&P with split pay available on certain items and an easy checkout service too. Plus, you can get expert advice and tips from our Sewing Street hub, and UK customer support is available 24/7. So head over to sewingstreet.com and continue your sewing journey.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Welcome back to Sewing Street. So, do you love embroidery, or do you want to be able to love embroidery? This is the product for you. I love this. I've been embroidering for ages because I love embroidery, and this is fabulous. So I think the problem sometimes with embroidery, you think, well, I know how to do running stitch and back stitch and satin stitch, but what else can I do? There are loads of other stitches. Or if you're a complete beginner, you just don't know what to start. This is perfect for both of those levels. It all comes in this little box. The essential embroidery stitches. Nice little box, so cute, isn't it? Then you start off with, and there's a little instruction booklet. So this is just your kind of basic instructions, how to use the cards. It talks about needles and threads. So this is really aimed at if you've never embroidered before. It's taking you through needles and threads, what different threads, how to divide threads, how to thread a needle, different stitching methods, and how to start and finish stitching. So that's your kind of embroidery basics. Even if you are an experienced embroiderer, you will still find something quite useful in that as well, because it does talk about the couching, which is quite an interesting technique. Then you get all the cards, and this is the best bit. Let me take the little sleeve off. So, this, you wait till you see the price of this. It's ridiculous price for these. $14.99. Right, so then all the stitches are colour-coded into type. So we've got blanket stitches, chain stitches, crossed stitches, feather stitches, detached stitches, couching stitches, line stitches, and satin stitches. So if we just take one of them, this is how it works. So if you take, so you think, right, you go through and go, well, I'd like to do a blanket stitch. Well, let's do normal blanket stitch. Tells you what they're also called, because it is also called buttonhole stitch when it's worked next to each other. What you use them for. So if you're doing some embroidery and you think, oh, I'm not really sure which stitch to use, read the use for. Gives you a few notes that help with a bit of detail. It gives you stitched examples, and that's what you need, isn't it? You want to be able to see what does it look like when it's stitched. And then when you turn it over, it shows you very simply and very clearly how to work the stitch with numbers, with diagrams. So I love the fact that you get the photograph on one side so you can see what it looks like. But when it comes to stitching it, a diagram, I think, often works better. So there we go. All of them are in there. All of these different ones. 50 different stitches. So we've got blanket stitch, long and short blanket stitch, double blanket stitch, buttonhole stitch, buttonhole worlds, loop stitch. Quarter of the stock's gone already. Not surprised. And we have got a lot because we knew they'd be popular. Chain stitch. When everyone's checked out, half it's gone. Heavy chain stitch, that is one of my favourite overlooked stitches, heavy chain stitch. It gives such a beautiful definition and it's dead easy. Coral stitch, scroll stitch, cross stitch, upright cross stitch, nice, isn't it? Star stitch. So these crossed stitches are all done on an even weave fabric. So they're the even way you use the holes in the fabric to get them correct. Tied cross stitch, zigzag stitch, herringbone stitch, tied herringbone, fishbone. Oh, that's nice. That one isn't uneven. We love fishbone stitch. See, if you want to do a leaf, you could just got to use fishbone stitch, haven't you? Just works. Then we go on to feather stitch. That one looks like seaweed, doesn't it? Feather stitch. Long-armed feather stitch, open Cretan stitch, closed Cretan stitch, double feather stitch. That's pretty. That looks lovely on the edge of napkins. Half of the stock's gone. Straight stitch. Wouldn't be anywhere without straight stitch. Need it for everything, from little stems to doing letters. As long as the stitch is straight, even if it's at an angle, it's a straight stitch. Seeding. This is a brilliant stitch for just filling in areas where you don't know what stitch to do. You don't want to fill it in with a solid satin stitch. Seeding is brilliant. The French knot. Now, I know a lot of people get scared about a French knot, but it's easy. And look, diagrams. Fern stitch. So these are all detached stitches, so stitches that you can work in rows, but that work on their own. Fly stitch, that is the stitch you use for dandelion clocks. You know, when you've got the little dandelion clocks going out. Detached chain stitch, or otherwise known as lazy daisy. I mean, I'm still going. Sheaf stitch, perfect if you are doing sheaves of corn. Bullion knot, these are lovely. They can be done on their own. They make great bumblebee bodies. Or they can be done for petals, or you can work them in circles and they make like roses. And again, you see, look at the diagrams. Really, really clear. Star stitch, eyelet wheels, bull's head stitch. I've never seen that one, otherwise known as ox head stitch. It does look like that, doesn't it? Never seen that one. Couching. Couching is brilliant, used a lot in gold work, but it's really good when you've got a thick thread that you want to use for an outline, but you can't actually stitch with it, or when you want to use another colour on top to give it gives a sort of a lattice brickwork effect. Bricking, so that's couching thread, but you're putting the vertical stitches alternated like bricks. Zigzag couching, that looks like bananas. Trailing. Bunched couching. Oh, I've never seen that. I've never seen that one. Running stitch, an absolute basic necessity. used for so many different things, from lettering to the lines behind bumblebees. Whipped running stitch, so that's where you do the running stitch and then you whip it with another thread to give it an extra contrast. Stem stitch are the go-to stitch for stems, funnily enough, because it's raised. It can be worked straight, diagonally, curved. It curves beautifully. I love stem stitch. Split stitch, again, really, really easy to work. Quite good if you don't want to do chain stitch, because it gives you that look to it. Chevron stitch, that's nice for an edging. I'm still going. I am going to go through all of them, though. Back stitch and whip back stitch. This is, again, one of your absolute necessities. Really good for lettering. Satin and slanted satin stitch. So this will fill all those areas, and you can use it for a very 3D toned look when you satin stitch one way and then the other way, like that leaf there. Shaded satin stitch, long and short stitch, again really, really popular for filling areas because it fills nicely and you can graduate with colour. And brick stitch, and that's it. All of that for $14.99. So I've gone through them all now, Catherine. What did you think when you got these?
I thought it was brill. I do a lot of embroidery,
right,
and I like embroidery, but I think you kind of fall back on your old favourites.
Well, you do.
You?
As I'm going through those, I'm thinking, well, I've forgotten that one, and then others never heard of that one.
So I got all excited, and I made a little sampler, and used all the ones that, well, apart from running stitch, all the ones that I thought,
right.
Not
you
sure
hadn't
about that.
used.
Maybe haven't had a go at that for a long time. Look, there's my bull's head one.
Yes, I've never heard of that one.
It's like a combination of fly with chain.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we'll have a go if you like.
So I guess you can do it like this, where you can create a whole sampler.
Yes, or then... So I quite like doing little samplers because it gives you a chance to try them out. Can you see I've done some pencil lines to have a practice?
Well, that's
and
what
you
they used to do, didn't they?
Yeah,
These
and you
girls.
can almost see, like on this one, I've started off quite wobbly. It's got better as I've gone along the road.
Well, that's what they used to do, didn't they? And when you buy these old samplers, I think people often think that these old samplers that girls did were cross-stitched, but originally a lot of them were embroidered like this.
They were, and it's good. It's fun to try. Definitely.
Well, it's nice to use them like this, and I guess you can then use this as a, if you're doing something else, you can... You know what the
refer
stitches
back
look
to
like.
it. So that's my whipped chain.
Oh, that's
because I like
nice.
whipping stitches, but I've not whipped a chain stitch.
No, that's lovely.
I usually do back stitch. That's the heavy chain.
Yeah, I love the
I
heavy
did really
chain.
like.
Really like, because it's once you work it out, it's quite easy to do.
They're your little sheaths.
There you are, brilliant,
They're
aren't
so
they?
cute, aren't they?
So I guess they could be just used as a filling, an open filling stitch, like you use seeding. They're really cute, aren't they? Love this one.
So that one, I know you said the cross stitches on an even weave, but I've done it on.
No, but I like that as
fabric.
well.
That was your tied cross stitch.
Because cross stitch can be on either. We always think of it on an even weave. We've got more of these card decks in baskets than we've got in stock. So if you've got it in your basket, you need to get checked out on it, because over half the stock is gone, and we've got even more than that in baskets. So you do need to get checked out. It looks nice there, doesn't it? I guess you do have to draw lines on to keep it straight.
Yes. If that's what you're aiming for. It depends what you're aiming for, doesn't it?
True.
You know?
Yes.
I was attempting to keep it straight there.
I think it looks lovely, and that's the tied one.
That's the tied one, so you can make it a bigger cross stitch because you tie it in the middle, and it does tell you that when you're doing it, that it's a good one because you can make it bigger, which is quite cool. So
I like this one. I wonder what you use that one for.
Shall we find it?
Yeah.
I sitting here having a think about them. I'm thinking that you could play a really good game with your craft group with these. Don't you think?
You could snap. No one wins.
Scattered evenly or randomly as a filling, used as an alternative to the very similar wheat ear
Yeah,
stitch.
so you could just scatter them across an area.
Or I did think, yes, if you were going to do, because I sort of reading through, there were a lot that you kind of thought, oh, they'd be nice for leaves, they'd be nice for flowers. So then I thought when I'd done my sampler, I would then make like a little flower garden picture. So we could use some of those for like wheat ears, I thought.
Yeah, or like for just filling an area, because you know we used to get those like printed tablecloths, and you'd have to just fill. So it'd be quite, because it's quite an unusual stitch, isn't it? I do like that one.
So I'd started to draw myself some bits of flowers.
So what game would you play with these?
Well, I was thinking you could do like, so you've got to take a card and then do
yes.
something with it.
Oh,
and it would
wow.
be like a, you
Yeah.
don't know what you're getting kind of thing.
Or like three.
Pick a
Say,
card, any
take
card,
three,
yes.
and then next week you've got to come back
Yes.
with something. No, I think that's a great idea.
I just think
Well, also because then it would make you really think about it, wouldn't you?
it would, and it would make, I think it broadens your horizons a bit, doesn't it?
Well, I think as I was going through, I think, I always use stem stitch, split stitch, satin stitch, running
French
stitch,
knots.
use all of those.
Yeah, chain stitch.
Do I use the others? No, but fishbone stitch is fantastic.
It
It's
is.
the best leaf stitch in the world, but you just think, oh, satin stitch. But it is a good way, I think, as well, also, if you're a
Got that
beginner
one
to
out,
embroidery.
yes.
I love that. I mean, it looks like a leaf.
It does, because it gives you that central vein as well.
And I think because the thread's going in different directions, it sort of changes colour almost. You get that sort of light and shadow on it, don't you?
I really see this one, and I started off with in the middle, because like button blanket stitch, you think of as an edging.
Yeah.
And then they'd put it in a circle, and it's like a little flower.
Oh, was that in the
Yeah, so that's in the blanket
let me
stitch bit. Have I pulled it out already on the table? Yes, I have. There you go. So a buttonhole wheel.
wheels.
But it is
Just a blanket
a
stitch?
blanket stitch, but going in a circle rather than along the edge,
so that's-
which you wouldn't really think of normally.
No,
would you?
and actually, isn't that a great flower head?
Yes. Or like she says, or whoever it is, individual petals.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I see what you mean.
So it's probably a stitch you already know.
But you
But
don't
just
think to do
to
that. But that is
know.
a lovely, I mean, just a stem stitch stem off that with a couple of little lazy daisy leaves.
Exactly.
Very nice. Yeah, I hadn't thought of that one, buttonhole wheels. I like the way that they've put as well the diagrams. Because
The diagrams are nice. They work very well. And actually the words are very straightforward to follow.
Okay, so...
Because I quite like a combination of words and pictures.
Yeah, no, I want the picture because I want to see the sort of one or A or B
Yes,
or whatever.
But, bring it up at 1 or A, take it down, and they complement each other very well.
Right. Yeah, no, it's nice to have the photos, but diagrams for embroidery
agree.
stitches do work better,
I
don't they?
agree.
I think.
Yes.
Just because on the photos, the thread definition isn't as easy to
No,
see.
you're right. You're right. So, I thought I'd do one of those up there.
Oh, okay. Well, show us how to do that then.
Okay. Let me put that one out of the way. I'd started there, look, a little, this one.
Which one is this
Cretan
one?
stitch. Because I think when you look at that, you think, oh, that looks a bit hard. And I think
Yeah, that
it's that
doesn't
one where you
look-
kind of look and you think, oh, it may be a bit difficult.
Yeah, that
and I won't
doesn't
do
look
that
like
one.
the easiest
And
one.
it's actually really easy.
Okay, yes, so
It is
close,
really
what does it
easy.
say? Leaf and feather shapes with a plaited appearance to the centre line and spiny leaves. Okay,
Okay.
right.
So I'd draw my leaf.
It's got
with the
pictures, but there's the
centre
back
bit.
of it. It's just so easy. Look at
So it
the
even tells you
numbers.
which direction you're going. So it tells me I'm going to work from left to
Oh,
right.
brilliant.
Or it tells you if you're going to top to bottom.
Yeah, and that,
and
because
that's
you don't really
helpful.
want to have started it and then realise you're in the wrong place.
Yes.
Okay.
So you go. So
Can we get close in this, Charlie? Well, I will move it if it's not in the middle.
I'm just looking. It's coming in. It's coming. Okay. So,
Okay. Brilliant. Thank you,
so
Charlie.
up at the top, you don't come back up right at the centre, just above the centre, and your thread stays underneath your needle. And then down at the bottom, and this time you do come up at the centre, and your thread stays underneath the needle. Sorry, it's the hoop. I don't often use a hoop, but I just thought it'd be easier for people to see.
Yeah, it is. It's funny with a hoop. I like using a hoop, but when I'm doing
And that's it.
motions like this, you have to keep retensioning it all the time.
So
So you go
up at the top, don't come out right at the middle, thread
and
underneath.
loop it like you're doing a chain stitch.
Yeah. And then in at the bottom. This time you do come up at the middle, thread underneath.
Oh, so one side isn't in the centre and the other side is.
But you're getting that nice little ridge down the middle of your leaf. You're getting a little vein up here,
And
aren't
is
you?
so that's the little knot
Yeah.
of the... Yeah, so it's
it
like a
looks
chain
complicated,
stitch
but actually isn't.
in that it's looped round. Oh, I do another couple, I like that.
So I was quite pleased with this one because it was one that I've seen in books, not tried because I thought it looked a bit too tricky. You know, sometimes you just think, oh, I don't know if I've got the time for
Well, it's quite nice as well because you don't have to work them right next to each other, so you can fill a leaf without...
So that one I'd done it actually spaced apart.
Yeah, so instead of sometimes, you know, with satin stitch, well, it's got to be covered.
Yes.
And then it's really hard to always cover it. But with this one, that's not the intention.
No.
So I like that. Never have thought of that. I think that's... Because satin stitch can be quite time-consuming.
It can.
Well,
and it's good. I like satin stitch a lot, but it is quite hard as well sometimes to get it really, really neat,
exactly.
isn't it? Yeah, this one's actually a bit more forgiving probably, isn't it?
Yeah.
But works really nicely. Do we like that one?
I like that one.
We'll have a good...
Isn't that funny? I mean, I must have done it at some point because I've heard of it, but never really thought about it for that. That's great. So I think this pack is brill. If you're even inexperienced embroiderer, there's going to be something in here.
Back to the back for now. Right, let's do a buttonhole wheel because that's nice.
I like that.
Yeah.
Clever.
That's going to be my new leaf.
That is definitely the new leaf.
Yes.
Now, Catherine's stitching on calico.
I am.
Why are you using
I like calico personally.
No, I am
often stitch on calico.
A great calico lover.
I just like the naturalness of it. And it's just a nice weight and a nice feel. I nearly always stitch on calico.
No, I do. We have got calico.
And Jess, when she was setting up the show, she said, oh, we've got these lovely cards, but I'm not quite sure what to put in the show. And I was like, well, threads and needles and calico, and because that's what I always stitch on. But obviously...
Well, this calico is a nice weight because it's pre-washed, isn't it? And it's smooth and it's got that sort of little, well, they're seeds, aren't they, in it?
A little fleck.
Also, it's wider, isn't it?
Oh, it is. It is nice and wide.
It's wider than the normal, and it's only $2.99. So it's the same. I mean, it's great to use with quilting weight cotton because it's the same weight that is pre-shrunk. It's wider than normal fabric, but it is perfect for embroidery.
I think so. I like it better than sort of ones that have got your holes for you.
Right, yeah.
Just because I quite like doing quite freehand embroidery rather than being dictated by the spacing of the fabric.
But also, because calico is so inexpensive, you know, you can get yourself half a metre. You've got a bit to use to test stitches on. You've got a bit to use for your sampler and a bit to use for projects as well. You know, simplest things. If you're making like a tote bag, why not embroider it all with flowers? And you can start and do as much as you like.
I thought I might turn that into just like a little stuffed cushion.
Yeah.
And just put like, I'd probably stick my pins in it and things.
Just because it's
or
nice
put some
to look
lavender
at.
in it.
Yeah. And it's quite a good, it's good. In fact, what you should do is do all of the stitches in the box.
Well, yeah.
In the sampler.
I didn't have time before the
and then,
show.
But wouldn't it be great though? Because you could then use it as like a book.
Absolutely.
A book cushion. So we have got threads as well. Well, show us this one. And
Okay,
so
this is your buttonhole. So you come up at the side, go into the centre, back out to the edge, make sure your thread is underneath, and then you're going to carry on. So you're just going to go round your circle with your buttonhole stitch. Have I gone anti-clockwise? I am actually going the right way round, even. Sorry, I'm getting tangled. There we go. I always think embroidery is quite a hard thing to demonstrate because it's small, isn't it? And I'm getting caught round the hoop. There we go.
Yeah, I see it, yeah, because you need to get quite...
I'm going to take my hoop off, you know.
Are you?
I am. I don't really like working with a hoop.
Yeah,
and I'm finding it tricky.
I love... Yeah, I'm a hoop person.
It's you can see, I'm just getting myself in a tangle.
But you see, it doesn't matter. You can choose whether you're a hoop person or not a hoop person. I like working in a hoop, although when you're working stitches like this...
I just kind of like to get my hand in. I can feel what I'm doing better. It's totally personal
Well,
preference,
it is, but also,
isn't it?
even if you're working in a hoop, if you're doing these under and over motion stitches, it does mess up the tension. Whatever you say, you have to keep retensioning it all the time.
Yeah.
So you're basically doing a blanket stitch.
You are, but you just come back to the middle each
all the time.
Working round in that circle. Now, that one obviously you can see I went a bit close when I was getting myself in a knot. But you want to try and make them equally spaced along the edge, don't you? So that it looks nice and neat. I think that's what I like about embroidery. It slows you down. You know, you can be freehand, but at the same time, you're still trying to make it nice and neat, aren't you?
Yeah.
And there's just something quite pleasing about it.
Well, it's slow, isn't it? It's meditative. You know, you can unpick it if you don't like it. You can do it in front of the telly. It's nice because it can just be the smallest embellishment on the bottom of your jeans.
Yeah. I took embroidery on the plane with me when I went on holiday.
Okay.
So you can take a little embroidery kit on your plane, no problem.
And what did you do?
Oh, well, it's something I'm testing out.
Oh,
a
okay.
potential new kit.
Oh, right. Do check with your airline.
As long as your scissors are little. No, your scissors have
They
to
have
be
to
no
be-
more than 6 centimetres.
Yeah, and it's from the fulcrum, isn't it, or something?
Yeah. Well, I didn't have any problems anyways.
Well, it is that because you can embroider on items of clothing. And I've done that loads, you know, like you think, oh, well, I've got to embroider a piece of fabric, but clothing is a lovely thing to embroider on. It really adds a lot of detail, doesn't it, and makes it more personal.
And
so,
you can do that for like visible mending, can't you now? Holes
yeah,
in your card is.
and people actually
thing.
cut holes to do that.
Yes, I wouldn't do that, but
People do that. But if you're going to hem your jeans, why not put a little row of flowers along the bottom?
Right, what shall we do for the stem? What's your choice?
What would I choose? Well, let me have a look. Line stitches.
I mean, I often do stem and split stitch.
Well, no, I do
and
as
I like
well.
a whipped back stitch, I have to say.
Let's do a whipped back stitch.
All righty.
It's called Challenge Catherine. We'll do the ones that she's never done before.
I have done a whipped back stitch, but I do like it. We maybe won't go all the way down.
Well,
I've
you
drawn
can
quite a
whip
long
lot of stitches, so it's something I think if you do a stitch and you think, oh, it's not quite thick enough.
Yes, or there's a little gap and you
Yeah,
think, oh, I can't be bothered
yeah.
to go back and undo all that. If you whip it, you'll hide it.
Right,
It's
okay.
true. So obviously back stitch, you go backwards first and then the same distance forward. So it's a nice line stitch anyway. But I think the trickiness with it is you can, if you're not really careful, sometimes get little gaps, can't you?
Well, yes, if you don't go in exactly the hole.
I'm going to have to give in and put them on, you know.
There's no way I could do that without my glasses. That's when I started having to wear glasses. Morning,
Well,
Julie.
this is what yes, I've literally just started having to have them.
Whereas
but I need them for
embroidery, I could do everything else, but I couldn't do my embroidery. And I thought, well, I either have to wear glasses or I'll have to stop embroidering.
Oh, no. You
And
don't
now
want to do
I
that.
have special embroidery glasses because I don't go to the optician far too tight. So I go to, I just buy Year Plus whatevers.
Well, I've got a weird prescription, but I found these because they're proper half glasses.
Oh, right.
So I can see my embroidery down here, but if I look over the top, I can see normally.
Oh, yeah, no.
So I can pretend to be a Victorian school teacher
nice.
and see.
And see. Well, I still now, as I've got older, my eyesight is getting worse. So for embroidery, I have stronger ones than I have. So it's like having a magnifier. I really ought to just buy a magnifier.
Well, when I went, I said, look, I know I don't need them for lots of things, but I do need them for threading needles and sewing because that's what to do. So I've had to give in.
I know.
Do you know what the man in the optician said though?
What?
I nearly punched him. He went, oh, you've done so well to get to this age.
Yeah, you should have said. You ever heard the word patronising?
I know, it really, really, really was. I was really grumpy then. Every pair he showed me, I was like, no, I don't like those. Don't like those.
You'd do very well to not get punched, to be fair.
Okay, so we've done our back stitch along like that. Then we'll get a different colour to whip it.
Fabulous.
See now with my specs on, I've done it nice, much more neatly.
I mean, I guess you can have a magnifier instead of glasses.
can.
I just do glasses. I know it is
Or
sad.
both.
It is sad when you realise you have to
But
wear
it's
them.
better to do it and carry
Well,
on
I
with
know.
your-
I
with your
decided. Well,
hobby,
it was a
isn't
choice.
it?
I either have to give up embroidery or I'm going to wear glasses. So there we are. And I have to have them for everything. And I've just
Well,
accepted
since I've got
actually.
them, I've discovered I'm using them way more than I thought.
I put mine on because I don't need them for driving, but I had mine on in the car the other day because I was looking at my phone. This is while I wasn't driving. And I suddenly realised the whole dashboard looked different than I thought it was. Because I don't wear them from driving.
So you could see your dashboard.
Well, I could see it anyway, but the numbers were so crisp. I thought they were all slightly blurred. I could see it said 60 miles an hour, but it wasn't until I was like, wow. Because for long distance, I'm fine.
Yeah.
I didn't realise it was that clear.
Well, I have a different pair for driving because I've got one eye that does distance and one eye that does
no.
close up. Yeah, it's very annoying. Right, so you get your second colour and just come up at the end, and then you're just sliding your needle. You're not going through the fabric, you're just going under the stitch in the same direction each time, and then you get this lovely little.
So you always go
effect
from
like
one
this.
side to the other?
You do, because then everything's going to curl the right way.
That's lovely though, isn't it? Because it's a real ridged line.
Yes, you get a nice texture, don't you?
See, imagine if you had that coming up from the bottom of your jeans. I don't know, I'm on jeans today. But from the hem.
Yeah.
I think that's how people often start with embroidery as well. My daughter started with that. She just did a few little flowers on a pair of jeans, and then it, you know, and I think embroidery can be whatever you want it to be. It can be tablecloths, it can be jeans. You know, it depends what you want to do. It can be just a case of if you are personalising something, it's embroidery. That's lovely.
It's just really nice, isn't it?
Really, yeah, because it's so...
And so simple.
Yeah. Really ridged. That's a really nice... I like that one.
Yeah, I am a big fan of a whip stitch.
Yeah, I love a whip stitch.
I know now, for people who are, you know, expert, I know I'm not really starting and finishing off properly. I'm just doing it so it's quick. Shall we do the bull's head one?
Yeah,
so
let's do the bull's head
like?
because I don't know that one.
Right, let's just find it. Just remind myself. Just because it was, that's the thing. You can think to yourself, oh, you might be doing something. Think, oh, I can't really remember how to do that.
Oh no!
Find your little card.
Yeah, well,
it's
yeah, but all
refresh
the
your
time. But
memory.
also, I think what's quite nice is, say, like you look at long and short stitch, and you think, oh well, I can do that. But it's, you know, things like saying mark the fabric with parallel lines. Oh, I've never done that. I don't do that. That's a really good idea, actually, because the hardest thing with long and short stitch, I think,
is getting them even, isn't it?
Is keeping them even.
Yeah.
But I think even if you've done it before, and I think you do forget as well, how do you start? It's all in there.
So there's some of them where it shows you where you need your little lines.
Yeah.
So then if you want to
And
mark
that's
them
where your
out,
friction
that's
pen
good.
is. Now, don't forget friction pens. Honestly, they are the embroiderer's friend. Do test them on your fabric first. We've got one here. This is a blue one, XQP 205, a blue one. Can we have the blue friction? I was like, why is no one talking to me? Ben's out here talking to Dan. He's looking at Dan's trolley. So these are great for marking because they'll come out.
Which is what I've used on here.
But
so that you
do
can
make
see
sure
it.
they come out of your fabric.
Absolutely. Yeah, have a test.
Because that'd be annoying if they
You can
didn't.
get a nice finer line as well than like chalk or something.
That is true. I mean, this is probably what I use mostly for. I use for embroidery more than anything else.
I mean, I've marked those in pencil, but they're not going to come out now.
So that doesn't matter, does
No,
it?
but that was my sampler.
But you see, that's the thing. So you can mark the template lines, but when you're marking guidelines, they've got to be in something else, haven't they?
They
Because
have,
they've got to,
yes.
otherwise you will see them.
Yes.
$3.99, blue friction pen, perfect.
Okay, so this bull's head one. So we're coming up here.
Right.
Coming up on the left. If I say that wrong, correct me. I'm not very good at lefts and rights. Come up on the left.
That's left.
Go down on the right. And then come up in the middle. Lower. So you're making like a little V shape. So this bit's like a fly stitch. Make sure your thread's gone underneath. And then the second part of the stitch is like a little chain stitch. So you're going in just above the V. Come down below it. And again, your thread's going under in a little loop. then needle down to secure. Now, the thing I found with this was getting it even.
Okay.
So you can see my little fly stitch bit isn't. It is
Oh, right.
essentially
Where is the? Oh,
it's
there
there.
it is.
Essentially a combination of a fly stitch and a detached chain stitch.
Okay.
And I like it, and I definitely would use it if I was doing like wheat ears or barley or something. I think it would work really well.
Yes.
Yes.
Or cows in a field.
Or cows in a field, little cow heads. Yeah, absolutely. But you can see on my sampler, the bit I found difficult was getting them even, if you want them dead even.
Yeah, but I didn't notice that. I think they just look lovely, don't they?
But I think they're nice.
I think that's
I think
lovely.
if you were doing a free-handy, flowery type thing, you could get away with them being
Well,
even.
they'd be lovely for the centre of a big flower, wouldn't they? Even like a sunflower.
They've got a nice, I don't know, they're just a bit different, aren't they? I'd not come across this one before either.
Someone's messaged in about your glasses comment and said that would have made me mad as well. You should have asked him, well, what age do you think I am?
Well, sadly, he'd got the thing with my birth date on. You see, he'd got my date of birth on the thing, so he knew how old I was.
That's a shame, yes. What she? Yeah, what age do you think I am? Well, I know how old you are.
Yeah, that's why he was so patronising about it.
So patronising.
Especially as he was about, I don't know, 20.
12. Yeah. Yeah. It'll come to you. It'll come to you. Do you know what? You're not going to look as good in yours as I do in mine.
Yes.
I do always laugh when people like that because I do think, well, it'll come to you too.
Yeah.
And people goes, Mum, you can't. Well, I'll read it out for you. It'll come to you as well, and then I will laugh.
I've got over it now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got used to it. Now,
I know, but it
I've
is
got
a bit.
used to
I
them.
think it's better if you've worn
I'm a bit
glasses
vain as
forever.
well.
But I know. Well, that's it. I used to I'd be sitting wear my glasses and then take them off. My mum was a head teacher, and she would never admit to wearing glasses. So when she was in, she's not watching. When she was in assembly and she'd have to do like a reading, she'd print it out absolutely massive, so that because she was in front of her. Because she wouldn't admit to wearing glasses. So that when she had to do this reading, she could see it. I said, that is ridiculous. Why don't you just wear it? No, I wasn't going to wear glasses.
My mum was a head teacher as well.
Was she?
Yeah, she had little half ones.
Oh, she
And
admitted
my
to
mum
it.
has long hair. She wears it in a bun. So my mum looked like the stereotypical head teacher with little glasses.
And a bun. No, mine definitely didn't then. With a massively printed, it does make me laugh. So I bet she never actually wore them when she was teaching.
My nana wouldn't wear hers. She used to take us grandchildren shopping with her so we could read the price labels on the things. We'd have to go around the supermarket literally telling her the price of everything because she refused to put her glasses on.
I think the worst jars are those pastes. You know those curry pastes? Because it's like dark burgundy red and then they print on it in like orange black. And
Yeah,
even with glasses on, I can't read
contrast's
those.
really poor, isn't it? I'm going to give that a stem and it'll look like something grassy.
Well, yeah, or it could be like a delphinium or something,
It could.
couldn't it, coming off? That's a
Absolutely.
really nice one.
So we like that one.
Brilliant. I think we need to talk about hoops.
Okay.
To hoop or not to hoop, that is the question. Right, I'm going to bring these over to you. So I love a hoop, and I think hoops are great for specific stitches. So say if you're working satin stitch, I would say use a hoop because it's almost impossible to get your tension correct with a satin stitch if you don't.
I think you probably
And it pulls the fabric. Right, I'm going to go for the best. Let's go for the middle of the road hoop. That's not 12 inches. No. There's no way that one's 12 inches. It must be 6. FEZW36. That's definitely 6 inches.
That doesn't look 12 inches to me, no.
Oh, oh Ben, I hate you.
We're putting our glasses on to try and read the very small print on the label.
That is definitely 6 inches. Anyway, I would say that's a really good middle of the road.
That's an 8-inch one.
Yes. That's really good middle of the road size. So if you're doing stitches that are an in and out motion, you will have to constantly retension, so it doesn't matter. If you're doing something, I think satin stitch is the one where if you don't put it in a hoop, you'll end up distorting the fabric.
You can really bunch your fabric up,
But everything else is probably about. So you either, I'm a hoop person, Catherine isn't. It does, you know, it's entirely up to you. So that's the bigger one. Now remember, the great thing about hoops is they're very inexpensive. When you think they're nice, beautifully crafted wooden hoops, and they have metal screws. I don't know why they're so inexpensive. But they're also to use to stitch with their frames as well.
I often use them as frames.
And I think that's great. So they do so many things, don't they? Then we've got the baby one, 4-inch. So that, I've seen lots of embroidery projects in those. So you can like put little things
Little
on there.
Christmas decorations.
Or slogans.
Yeah.
I'm not as old as I look. Or other annoying slogans. Be kind to me. Then we have 8 inches. There we go. And now, in theory, the size of the hoop should be, we'll check that, measured from the inner ring for the bit where the rings meet.
I did not know that.
That little bit there. Because I used to wonder why they were never that measurement, but that bit there should be the measurement of the hoop. There we go. So those are the 3 hoops, very important. And we have threads. Is this a bundle? Okay, that one's not on my desk,
None of them are
thankfully.
the same colours that they sent me.
No, obviously. That would be too much fun. Right. Do you think this is the... Oh, I've got... Right, let's... Yeah, no, I've got all of them. This is the big bundle that I'd like to start with because I like this because you've got a mixture of all sorts going on here.
I like that variegated.
Are they all the same in this bundle or are they a mixed variety pack then? Love that one.
Yeah.
So that's your DMC variegated, but it's a real mixture of burgundies and greens and greys.
So you've got 3 variegated in
Yeah.
there.
And we've got metallics.
So those ones, these like slightly sort of stiffer metallic-y ones, they'd be good for doing the couching stitches, wouldn't they?
Yes. So you remember that couching stitches section we had? So you could... Oh, yeah, sorry. I wanted to make sure. I have moved mine aside. I thought, everyone, we're going to end up our boxes mixed up. So, like, with the couching stitches, this metallic thread, you could then couch on top with these other threads. That's a nice mixture. How much is that, then? $33.99. DMC Moulinet Stranded Mega Bundle. So you've got 19 skeins of thread. You've got stranded cotton. You've got variegated. You've got metallics. I mean, that's great, that one, isn't it?
They're quite stiff. They'd be really good for the couching.
Yeah, so you could use them single strand or you could couch with them. Gorgeous. That's kind of covering everything. So if you've got yourself 1/2 metre of calico, get yourself this bundle, go for the 6-inch hoop, sorted. They're nice, aren't they?
Yeah, yes, I'm just putting them in a little colour wheel here.
And now, talking about eyesight, this is good.
Is that what I need next?
Well, it's the needle threader. This is quite clever. So the needle threader is there, but does it attach to it? It's been stuck on, I think, so it doesn't get in the way.
The thing that I do find when ladies come to classes with embroidery is that they can never thread their needles.
You stab your needle into wool. Yeah, Ben's going to show us how to do it. But it's got a light and a magnifier on it at the same time. So this is where, actually, Ben knows how to use it.
We've got the pro coming to
Yeah,
give us a demo.
he's a professional embroiderer in his spare time.
Yeah, just don't tell anyone. I've got really bad coffee breath, so I'm just... Where's the needle? I need a needle.
Oh, hang on. Catherine luckily has one of those.
Honestly. I can't thread it, so don't ask me to do that. I can't even pick this up. So, you stab this bit here.
Oh!
See? And then you can rest it
Could you get that into shot, please,
Oh,
Ben?
I'm awful. These guests.
These guests. Oh, I
See?
see. So then it's still.
Ah,
This is great. So look, it's
that's
still now.
handy.
Oh, let's have a go at this. It's got a bit of thread. That is amazing. Can you see? Look how big that is. I don't know whether you can see or not. So,
Oh yeah, you can see there. I can see there.
oh, that's amazing.
So you could turn your needle to do it sideways if you
Yeah,
wanted.
you could.
couldn't you?
Yes. Look at that. I mean, you can't really, I don't know how to show you, but the needle is massive.
That's good. That's handy.
That is really
Yeah,
handy,
that
isn't
is
it?
handy. If you struggle with threading a needle, you need that.
Because it's just got like a bit of foam there
You
that
don't
the
have to
needle
go to
goes
the
into.
optician and be like
And be
insulted.
humiliated by a child. That is brilliant.
No, it's really good.
No,
'Cause
that's,
then, I mean, you can use your little needle thread with
Yeah,
it
you
as well
could.
if you want to,
Well,
but you won't
also-
really need to.
but if you're doing some stitching and you just want to have a good look at what you've done,
Yeah.
if you want to look at look at that, see? I'm trying to show you on screen. Massive. That is a absolute bonus tool, a boon tool. Right. Anyway, which one were we doing next?
Ooh, what shall we do next? Let's have a look.
Right, we've got about 5 minutes left. Cards. So the pack of cards, we've got less than 50 left. And we have 62 in baskets. So we've got way more in baskets than we've got in stock. So if you want this pack of cards, you can see, I mean, how brilliant it is. That the fact that I think it's quite nice. I love a book, but it's quite nice they're not in a book because you can lay them out.
Yes.
And you can just take a selection and go, right, I'll have that one and that one. And like you said, which one shall I use? It's a lot easier to do that. And
Yeah.
honestly, if you're in a little group, you could do something like put them in groups. Say, right, you can have one line stitch, one filling. So you could have like a little bit of 2 or 3 from different sections and then come back and show me what you've done. I think it's lovely. $14.99, it's amazing value. And it all comes in a box. In fact, I left my box over there. My box. Oh, here it is. All come in this box. I think it's a wonderful project. It just might be the thing that gets you either embroidering again. So if you're like Catherine and I and you have to make a decision between you can't see and glasses embroidery. But, you know, I know a lot of people, me included, who think, oh, well, I just can't see that anymore. There's no need. Though. I mean, it's either glasses or so many different magnifiers and lights and that you can use.
Absolutely. There's no need to stop, is there? And actually, because people often stop things sometimes because it's hard on the hands, but embroidery is not hard on your hands.
No, and it is a
You know,
nice,
so-
it's a slow.
And you can do it in front of the telly,
Absolutely.
which is always a good one.
outside in the garden.
Yes.
Requires no electricity. Power.
I'm going to do your heavy chain stitch
Okay.
just to finish off. 'cause
So
I-
do get these checked out. $14.99. You've got 50 different stitches. And you're getting the Essential Embroidery Stitches card deck book, which is the basic information that you will need for beginning starting. So maybe you know somebody who'd like to start embroidery or is just starting off. This is a good present because you've got that sort of basics book as well. And it's really nicely packaged, isn't it? Look at that.
Well, very portable and handy, and
Yeah, but it's just pretty.
it is.
By Betty Barndon. She is an embroidery expert.
I'm sure she is.
I think it's very well explained, and I think she obviously is an embroidery expert, and clearly they've listened to her. Well, I bet she's the one that said, "Now look, I want photos of the stitches, but I want diagrams."
Yeah. This is how we have to do it.
I think it's
No,
lovely.
it's very good.
Well, these are all illustrated as well. Very, very good. I like that. I'm going to put the little card. Right. Well, thank you so much, Catherine. That's
all
been
right.
fabulous. Lovely to see you today. When are you back?
I am back on the 24th of June.
That's ages,
Yeah, I suppose. Well, yeah.
isn't it?
About 3 weeks or so.
Is it?
It must be. I don't know. Well, we've just started.
Oh, it is June already,
We are
isn't
in
it?
June.
We are June. No, you're right. Gosh, actually, do you remember I remember thinking on Saturday, I'm actually really surprised. How did that happen?
Had
So
come
it's
round.
not actually ages.
Not
'cause
as
it is
far
June,
away as you
isn't it?
think. Yeah.
Right, I need to do a couple of things before we go to break.
Sure.
So I'm going to move over.
I'm going to sort.
Haley's
Do you need
just.
these back?
Oh, no, you can keep it for now. I'll come and get them. So Hayley's just been in and dropped off the Big Bang quilt. Not the Big Bang Theory, but the Big Bang quilt. This is not for sale on air, but it is for sale on the website. And there's a special deal. This is a Free Spirit. This is lovely. Tula Pink quilt kit. It's an online exclusive. It's got the raw and design essential solids in it. It's 96 inches square. This is like super king size, £330. It's got templates, foundation paper piecing, curved piecing. It is glorious. Look at that. I mean, that is your amazing statement quilt, isn't it? I mean, it's massive. It's actually really heavy. It comes in a very nice zip-up bag as well to keep it all in. Absolutely stunning. The Big Bang quilt kit. It's a web only, so go on to sewingstreet.com and then you will be able to get it. It's amazing. One more thing. Ellie the elephant, she completely sold out, very sadly. But Ian, king of the deal, Mr. Deals, has managed to get some more for us. Only 50 though. He's managed to persuade them. We sold hundreds earlier, but he has managed to get me 50. But the printers are livid that he made them do it. But there are 50 left. So remember, there is Ellie the elephant, if you didn't see her earlier. This is what the panel looks like. I have designed it. I've designed it to make it as easy as possible for you. I know it looks like what's all those letters everywhere, but so that all in the instructions I just say join A to A, B to B, C to B, and sometimes D to F, whatever. But I've designed it to make it as simple as possible, and then Amy has designed it to make it as beautiful as possible. So it features all the decorated bits in Indian elephant. She even has painted toenails, which is very important if you're an elephant. They should all have painted toenails and a knot in the tail because all elephants have knots in their tail. The instructions, well, elephants don't all have knots in their tail, but elephants never forget. I think that's the point of why they have a knot in their tail, because they don't forget. The instructions are very comprehensive. Everything's in there, everything you need. And I also go into detail at the back about things like how to fill, how to stuff, how to use bonder web, what's a notch, what's pivoting, how to make weighted filling, what weighted filling should you buy, etc., etc. There's also a full video tutorial, so all you need to do is get your kit home, put it on. It's on the Amber Makes website, and there's a QR code in here, in the instructions, so that you can scan it and go straight to the website and watch it, and then you can just sew along with me, and then you'll have your own elephant, and you can either put Ellie on the bottom, there we go, or any name you like, or you could embroider each one of them. It's entirely up to you. Anyway, do check out on that. We've managed to get 50 more, and that's it. So got loads of you coming through for that. If you've got it in your basket, you need to get it checked out. Anyway, I'm going to go for a quick break. I will be back in a few minutes with Julie Jumbo, who's got some brand new kits and yarn and patterns and everything. So she's going to be back with us in a few minutes' time. So don't go anywhere. I'll see you in a bit.
Hello, I'm Emma Bradford from the Swift Quilting Company. I've been a quilter for 25 years. I began sewing and quilting by hand, but now I offer long arm quilting services and I run patchwork and quilting classes. You can see me regularly on Sewing Street demonstrating patchwork techniques. My top tip is there is no right or wrong way, only the way that works for you. There is no such thing as the quilting police. Outside of quilting, I am a qualified botanist and I enjoy riding my motorbike around the country. I hope to see you soon on Sewing Street.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £3.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £5.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street. Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street. Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items, you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4, or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with Split Pay.
And we'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Bye.
Did you know that you can continue shopping 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even after we've finished broadcasting live? Just head over to www.sewingstreet.com for thousands of sewing supplies available from top brands. You still pay only one P&P with split pay available on certain items and an easy checkout service too. Plus, you can get expert advice and tips from our Sewing Street hub, and UK customer support is available 24/7. So head over to sewingstreet.com and continue your sewing journey.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Welcome back to Sewing Street, and we've got Julie.
I'm here.
She's not on a box today. She's
No,
not on
I've
heels
got
on.
heels on today. Yes, I have. So it's same height.
Yeah, we are. And I've got my new shoes on as well. We were doing that thing, you know, when you've got new shoes and you go, why
You're
is
still a bit taller.
why is everyone not looking at me? How do they not know I've got new shoes on?
I know, and you had to point them out to me, didn't
Yeah,
you?
yeah, I actually pointed them out to you when look at my new shoes.
Beautiful.
They're beautiful, my new Dr. Martens. Just wearing them in. Perfect place.
Suit you in your
Yeah, they're
your
in my new dress and my new shoes. I need to go out
You really
somewhere.
made an effort
I
today,
did,
haven't you?
yeah, I did. I have made an effort.
You can tell.
I know, I don't know why. Well, Well, I wasn't here last week, you know.
Oh, right.
That's
right.
why. Really
Right.
made an effort. It's all going to go downhill after this. Right, so you've got some new kits.
I have, yes. We've got some a new throw and two new cushions, and a new yarn, which is I'm calling it a guest yarn.
What does that mean?
Because
Is that like a guest
I'm
ale?
at the moment thinking, do I stock it or not, and do I bring it in?
I think that's like a guest ale. They
Yeah,
have that in
that's
pubs,
just what I was
don't
thinking
they?
about. Yeah,
And
yeah,
they
do
go,
that.
we'll
That's
see
exactly
what
what
they
I was
think.
on the line of.
Okay.
Let's have a see how it goes. Let's see how it goes. See if people like it, and if they do, then we'll go with
Okay,
it.
so what's special about the guest ale yarn?
So the guest ale yarn is a squidgy-widgy, squashy
Oh, it's like
type yarn.
a chenille.
Yes, like a chenille. It's a 250-gram ball. See, that's another thing. That's,
Oh, I
you know,
like
well, they want such a
that.
big ball, but to make the throw, that's all you need.
Oh, just one ball?
You need two balls
Oh,
to make
two.
the throw.
It is like a
Just here.
chenille, isn't it? Isn't that lovely? Do you know what?
Isn't it gorgeous?
If you've got a bit left over, you could that's a nice cord, isn't it? Like for a hoodie or something.
Yeah, only thing I have to point out is when you start with it, if you cut it off, it tends to fall off. It's like a cotton inside it.
Oh, well, like a cotton core?
Yeah, so...
Where's the end?
Where's the end? Trust you to get me in the money.
Where's the
There.
Okay.
So, can you see? It sort of comes off like
Oh,
that.
yeah.
So I wanted to point that out to people. And there's a cotton core going through.
Right.
So you always put a knot in it and it'll stop that happening. So at the beginning and the end, you know, and then tuck it into...
Wouldn't it be nice as
weave it in.
a tail?
It would be a nice tail, wouldn't it? Yeah. Yeah. What
That's-
kind of animal?
Well, a mouse.
A mouse. Don't like mice.
Right. It's a lovely yarn because
It's
it is like a
beautiful.
chenille.
It's
isn't
just...
it?
I'm going to call it snuggle.
And it hasn't got a weight, I presume. Because it's just, it is what it is.
It is what it is, really. It was like, people, you know, suppliers were like, what would you do with this, Julie? And I said, oh, give it me and I'll have a go with it. And so I've been playing with it for a couple of months.
What's
and
its fibre content?
It's polyester,
Okay.
really, yeah.
It's very,
yeah.
very soft, but with that cotton-like core
So it's
as
like
well.
that cotton-like core, but it was like, it's not in a really way. I mean, I would have said it was a super chunky. But it
Yeah,
seems to be thicker than a
but
super
then
chunky.
some of these specialist yarns, they don't have weights. They just
No,
are what they
it
are,
doesn't,
aren't they?
yeah. So it's really, find what you want
So
to make
this
with it,
is
and
the,
this is ideal for it.
This is the kit.
Yes.
This is, and we've got 3 colourways. So look at this. Herringbone, glorious stitch.
Where's the pink one?
We've got it in stone, blush and dove. Very good colour names.
Well, you see, I've learned
really.
from you.
Stone, blush and dove. I would use those. So this
I
is
know,
stone.
I know. Well, you inspired me.
Isn't that lovely? So in the kit, you get the massive ball of yarn, 500 grams of guest ale yarn.
Guest ale, yeah. Well, actually, that's how I thought of it. I thought, what do they call them when they bring it in? And I think it was Andrew that said to me, guest ales. It was in probably. And I thought, well, that's a good idea.
Yeah, it is. So it's a guest yarn, and if it behaves itself, it can stay. And if
Well,
it doesn't,
yeah,
it
it
won't
can-
be invited
No,
back.
it won't be invited back. It
But
can
I
go on its
think
way.
it
But
should
I
stay.
think it'll be a stayer.
Gorgeous. You also get the pattern
Wish
which
you could
shows you how
feel
to
it.
make it. I know. I can't really describe it. It's like velvet. It's like super soft velvet. It's soft and snuggly.
And you just want to...
You want to wrap this.
Snuggle up in it, don't you?
Oh, Sandy says, good morning, ladies. I love that yarn, Dewey. Miss being with you both today. Yes, where
Oh,
are
we're
you,
missing
Sandy?
you, Sandy, as
yeah.
well. Where are
yeah.
you?
You should be here.
Yes.
From
should.
Rhonda.
I know.
Should be
She'll be prepping for another show.
Yeah, she's probably on next week and the week
I think she is.
Is she?
22nd, I think she's on.
That's not next week.
Not next week, it's the week after. Well, she got a lot
Yeah.
of bears to make as well.
Has she?
She
Anyway,
told me
sorry,
that.
Ben. Sorry.
But then
He's
you don't
like,
have any
couldn't you-
sympathy for her because she's going on holidays then on a cruise.
Is
So I've no
she?
sympathy
What,
for
the
her.
day after?
Oh, that's the day she's going on a cruise, 22nd.
Okay.
I'm not, it must be next
That's a
week that a
Saturday.
show's coming.
Well,
Sorry, Sandy, I can't remember what date your show was. You know what my head's like.
so I'm going to show you what this looks like on.
Snuggle into it.
So actually, these are very summer colours, aren't they?
Yes,
So
yeah.
these would be
I
perfect.
must say that were the colours that inspired me to do things. I thought, oh, I love them. These.
Oh, that's lovely. And actually, a nice thing to put over your knees.
Yeah, and I just
Isn't
felt
it?
like, you know, when you sat outside on a night,
Yeah.
when hopefully the summer comes and stays,
Yeah.
and you just get a bit chilly later on, don't you? When you
Yeah,
sit around
and you
your little
just want
fire.
that.
And you
And
can put it round you,
and
can't
it's
you?
quite nice because you can put your fingers to it.
Yeah,
Just lovely and warm.
just lovely and warm.
It is snugly
And
glorious.
you can wash it as well, you see. So
Oh, nice.
It can be washed at normal 30, but you can't tumble dry. But
But
you wouldn't need to because I've washed it and it's nearly dry.
It's
when it
lovely,
comes
but
out.
do you know what? It'd make a nice little rug as well,
Yeah.
wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would, yeah.
Or over the side of the sofa.
That's where I've had it, other side of the sofa.
But also nice to have in the bedroom because you could just wrap it around you when you're reading a book and you've got cold arms.
Good idea. Good
Perfect.
idea.
So you've just got to choose the colour. We'll talk about needles in a minute because you do need a specific needles.
Yeah.
That's stone. Bait.
Are you going to
Blush.
guess what that is? Now, does that look
No,
like
we've got to
blush?
do blush. Blush. We've got to
Ben's
do blush.
confusing us.
That's very lovely. So that's a really lovely
Isn't it
dusty
gorgeous, that?
pink, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, isn't it? Well, I thought, well, I won't have dusky pink because everyone has that.
Flush cheek.
Well, yeah, I could have had that.
No, well,
yeah.
I went to this sofa place and they had lovely colours for their velvets, and their pink was called Flush Cheek. I thought, oh my God, I love that. I love that name. So you
Yeah,
can't have
it's
that
nice,
because that's
isn't it?
that company.
Are you having it?
No,
No.
I'm not. I didn't know I didn't want that. I thought it was too light. Imagine somebody spilled something on my sofa.
Yeah.
It is a really dusky
But you see,
pink.
that's the good thing of a throw, isn't it? You can put them on the sofa.
Yeah,
and then wash
absolutely,
them, you
exactly.
see.
But
just
I'm
add
not
some
assuming,
colour
yeah.
into your sort of beige environment.
In your beige. Well, beige is all in.
Well, they're all
It's
in.
all
It's all
in.
in, isn't it? So that's what I thought. I like some.
Actually, do you know what?
Neutrals and then.
Isn't that a lovely piece of wall art like that? Just saying. Piece of
it?
knitting with the needle
Yeah.
and the ball of yarn. Imagine hanging that up on your wall.
Yeah.
That's actually quite cool.
It's
That's
cool,
the sort of
isn't it?
thing you find in like cool boutique hotels,
I
isn't
shall
it?
be doing that next.
I think you should sell that as a piece of art
As a piece. Oh, right.
to
I'll
like
say
pub
then.
chains, posh ones. They would
Right,
buy that.
okay.
I think that's lovely though. We'll talk about needles
But I
in a
just
minute.
love this stitch.
Yeah, it's gorgeous.
It never goes out, herringbone stitch, ever. It's in
Gorgeous.
everything, isn't
It
it?
is, yeah.
But it really does look particularly good in this yarn.
Well, because you've got a nice
Texture stands off more,
You've got a
doesn't
nice
it?
yarn definition.
Yes, yes.
Yarn definition.
Because sometimes you lose it. But
That's
not
the
there.
pinky one, and then we finish with the bluey one.
Which is Dove.
Dove. It is called
It's
Dove.
it's a funny grey, isn't it? It's a grey.
It's a blue.
And we're going to call it silver, then I thought, no.
No, it's more blue than silver.
It's a bluey grey, isn't it?
Yeah.
It isn't really a dove colour.
Well,
I don't know.
I've
But the
never
sun
got
was-
that
they-
close to a
they-
dove, to
well,
be honest. So I don't really
I think
know.
when the sun shines on them, they go a bit this colour.
Like pigeons.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it wouldn't have sold if you called it pigeons.
Well, no,
A lot of people don't like
pigeon
pigeons.
did come to mind first of all, and I imagined what you were going to say about pigeon.
We did this bird of the month on Sewing Street year before last, and February or one of the month was pigeon, and we had to do a separate alternative bird because there was a big pigeon controversy amongst all the viewers. Some people love pigeons, other people hated them.
Well, I'm glad I
There
called
was
it
a
dove.
big pigeon controversy. So it is a very pale bluey grey,
Yeah,
isn't it?
yeah, it is. Yeah.
And dove is
yeah.
a lovely name for it. So it's blue and it's grey. So
Yeah.
you just got to choose a colour. Now, needles.
Right. So the needles, as you can see, will
Oh, the big
require
beast.
the big ones.
So the big beasts.
So your big ones, because you need to put obviously quite a few stitches on. So we need.
What size
we
are
need
these?
25 mil.
25, Ben. He said, do you want to put on the 10 mils or the 12 mils?
No, we don't put those on.
No, these are the 25
I mean, you might be able
mils.
to use them. I haven't done that with it yet.
Yes.
But these are the 25 mils.
Classic.
Yeah.
$24.99. Aren't they gorgeous? And can be used as decorations. Honestly, I just
Yeah.
imagine
And
that
these,
on the wall.
as you're not going to tell everyone, I hand make these.
Handmade these all by herself in the
It's
shed.
because we've had them on before, haven't we? So these I make myself. This is how I first started, and I make my own tools. And these were the
Look at
first
that
ones
for a
that ever
bit of
came
wall
out.
art, see?
That looks gorgeous.
Isn't that lovely?
Yeah, I'm going to do that.
I want to do that. I think that's
Yeah,
gorgeous.
Yeah.
So
Well,
once you've knitted your thingy,
so I better tell daughter to put them in a shop. She's watching me. Hiya, Shannon. wall art for you.
Wall art. In fact,
Yeah.
it's underneath the thing. I'll have to move it over. Wait a minute, guys. There we go. Look. Look at
Yeah.
that. How nice would that look?
It does. It looks lovely.
So you need
Hi
the
and Elvie as
needles.
well. I need to say hi to Elvie as well. She's watching.
Hello, Elvie. How are you today?
She'll be so chuffed now.
How are you today? Nice to see you.
She's only 5.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm glad you're watching us today. Anyway.
We've gone off on a tangent.
Sorry, but it's so nice to see you, Elvie. Right, so you need the needles, £24.99.
Yeah,
These
you
are
do.
all handmade by Julie in a shed at the bottom of her garden, in all weathers.
Oh, in the shed. In my
all
workshop.
weathers, day and night.
Day and night.
Day and night she makes
Yeah,
these.
I make these. This
From
is my love. I love doing
Beautiful, recycled almost.
This. Well, it's wood that nobody wants. So,
Yeah.
yeah.
Unloved wood.
Yeah, so I'll be thrown away in a big pile, and I have to love it again.
And then
bring
it's-
it all back to life.
And they
again.
are absolutely gorgeous. But this makes the knitting super duper quick. So £24.99, they are gorgeous. And you can
very,
use
very
them.
smooth as well, and they're not
They
heavy, are they? Everybody
No.
thinks they're heavy.
No,
and
they're not heavy at all.
heavy
And they're
all.
really smooth, but they've got nice points.
And that's what
they
you
are
need the
gorgeous.
points, because I'll demonstrate the stitch.
Oh, you will
You know
need
you
the
have to
points.
lift it up, you
And
see,
they-
stitch.
And it says Dewey at the end of it.
It does.
There we
My
go.
nickname.
Beautiful. Right, are you going to show us how to make them?
I am, yes.
Yeah.
Could you demo how...
Oh, right, sorry,
how to
before
make-
we do have the pattern on its own available.
Oh, yes, yes.
For the herringbone, if you want just the pattern. Obviously, you can use whatever yarn you like, but you will need to adapt the needle size to suit the yarn size. But the pattern will work with any yarn and needles, as long as you use the right yarn and the right needles.
Well, yeah.
So you
So
can do
will
it in
really-
4-ply if you want, but you will need 3mm needles.
You will. Well, yes, yes.
You know.
It's supposed to be very small,
It'd
won't
be
it?
very, very small.
Very, very
But if
small.
you love the pattern and you want to use different needles and different yarn, we do have the pattern on its
But
own.
what they can do as well is, if you look at earlier shows when I combine yarn together,
Yeah.
you
absolutely
can also
perfect.
use it for that. So
Yes.
they combine the yarn to get this thickness.
Yes, so if you do a yarn, then you can do it like that.
we
So
did
if
with
you
the
want to
winding wand.
use up all of your yarn stash with your winding wand,
Look back.
then you can knit that. So then you'll just want the pattern if you've already got the needles, for example.
Yeah.
Anyway, how do we do it?
Right, so how we do it, and I named it Zigzag in the end because when I first put this on the show, I didn't have a name for it. But I thought Zigzag it can be called.
The zigzag girl, it used to be a magic trick.
Did it?
And they used to cut this girl in zigzags.
Did they really?
Yeah.
Oh,
I've just read this book
right.
about it. And then it was
Make
in
sure
one of
you
these
can
magic
see.
things, and then they'd pull her apart, and she was cut, and then it wasn't really. So you know you have the cutting the girl in half?
Yeah.
There was also a zigzag one.
Was there really?
Yeah.
I never knew that.
That's a magic trick. I've just read this book called The Zigzag Girl. I've learned all about it.
Oh,
It's very
right.
good.
So I'm in the right spot here.
Right. Charlie will tell us if you're not.
Right.
Look, see that? Right there.
Right, so it's a bit awkward, so I've got to try and get myself into
you go.
position. Right, so what you do is you start off with, I think it's 34 stitches, and this row, you do 2 rows to a herringbone stitch.
Right.
So, trying to keep it under my arm. So your first row is exactly like this, and your second row is this, I'll show you, and that's all there is to the stitch. So first stitch always is your knit stitch. So it's knit, and then it's slip. You're going to knit, but you're not going to take your yarn off. You're going to leave it on. And then what you're going to do is, you're going to, oh, sorry, no, I'm confused you. Sorry, you're doing it, that one. It's the next one. Sorry.
So knit 3.
Right, so, and then you lift up.
And that's why
the
you
one
need
that's
the points
slipped.
on the needles.
The one that's slipped, we lift. I'll do it all together again. And then we knit it again. And it goes, and you let it up. So let me do it again.
Yeah,
and
do that
it's
again.
clearer
I
for
got
you.
confused.
So it's
Right.
slip. Just trying to keep these in right place. Not slip.
Slip.
Knit.
Knit.
Now pick up your slip. Right. And then knit. Throw your yarn again and knit it again. So let me just keep doing it for you to look at. So it's slip, knit. Get your slip one with your point, lift it up.
Yeah.
And then you're going to go wrap your yarn as though you're going to knit. So wrap your yarn, but then pass that slip over.
Oh, okay.
Is that easy?
Yes, so you're passing the slip stitch over, but with an extra yarn wrapped
'cause
round in between.
Actually, when I teach it on the smaller needles, I found that sometimes this helps. So I'll go slip, knit, and then pass the slip stitch over. So as though you're going to pass that slip stitch over, but put it back and knit it.
Right, okay.
And you get the same effect.
Yeah,
Sometimes
yes.
people find that easy
Yeah.
to watch.
So
So let's
slip-
do that again then. So
Yeah.
slip, knit, pick your slip stitch up, and then knit it again.
Wrap the yarn round.
And pass it over.
Okay, got it. Slip stitch up, yarn round. I'm mixing it up with crochet now. Because
Yeah, 'cause you're the crocheter, aren't you?
I'm both.
Well, yes, you are.
But you
yeah.
see, they would
so you're going to
say
slip it
yarn
over.
round
See,
for that.
normally you'd slip it over.
Yeah.
Slip stitch over. But how I learnt it, well, like slip it over, but put it back on.
Back. Yarn
knit it.
round.
And knit it again, you see. It's like you've knitted that stitch twice. So you slip, knit, pass the slip stitch over,
Yeah.
put it back on, and knit.
Got it. Amazing.
Better if you say that way, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
Slip, knit, pick it up, pick your slip stitch up, pass it over, but put it back on again, and knit it. And your last stitch is knit.
Okay.
Okay, you'll be able to watch this back a few times, won't you? And then you'll be able to...
Yeah, it's all in the pattern, though.
Oh, yeah, it's all wrote
Remember
out in
that?
the pattern, yeah.
It's all in the pattern.
So that's your first row of herringbone, right? So this is your second row. So as you see now, you can see that this is your wrong side because it's got your dashes. This is like, say, your pearl row.
Right.
So where it shows the herringbone is the right side, the wrong side is the pearl row.
Perfect.
So now to do this is easier. So what we do now is we're going to purl 2 stitches together. So we're going to get 1, 2, can you see? So we're going to purl 2 stitches together like that. And now you can see these 2 stitches have crossed over there on your needle. So with your right hand needle, you're going to go in between those stitches and purl it again. And then those 2 stitches you slip off. Right? So you purl 2 together. Right, see if you can follow it. And then in between these 2 stitches here, we're going to come up and purl again. And slip off. So purl 2 together. So that's your normal purl 2 together. And the difference is separate them, come with your right hand needle up through the middle and purl it again.
Wow. And then that keeps the herringbone correct on the right
Yeah,
side.
else you'd end up with too many stitches. You'd keep going across with your stitches. So you'll see it in a minute. I'll do it again. It looks complicated to start with, but I'll show you it isn't. You literally will end up doing it.
Yeah, but it's one of those, you probably need to do 2 rows and then it's in your brain.
And then it's
isn't
in, isn't it? Yeah. Because it's only them 2 rows, and it's not like you're going back and following like a 10-row pattern. So it goes in a lot easier. Well, I find it does, just with 2 rows.
So I think this is a great price, $49.99. You get 500 grams of this yarn, which does the whole throw.
Yeah, it does, yeah.
And the pattern, amazing.
Because it's and it's a nice. I mean, if you want to do an even bigger one, you could just do it longer.
Yeah,
you
oh,
need
that's
obviously
true.
more
Yeah.
yarn. Yeah.
Yeah,
Just
you
do it
could
longer.
Yes, if you want a bigger one, buy 2.
If you want to do it wider, and you want to know the difference, we'll just put more stitches on, but it always has to be an even number.
Okay, so if you want a
But
wider
you can easily do that as well.
But it's such a lovely yarn. It's a really beautiful quality. It's a luxury
Yeah, because
yarn.
when I first saw, yeah, it is a luxury yarn. I was like, I don't know about this. And when I started using it then, and I saw the effect it was having,
Yeah, well, it's got lovely
I
definition.
really
isn't it?
liked it. Yeah. So that's.
So you get 2 balls in the kit.
You get 2 balls
Right.
in the kit. So you've got 500 grams in
Yeah, it's
total.
a lot of yarn.
It's a
isn't
lot of
it?
yarn, yeah. Excuse me. So there you are. So we've done that. We've done this bit here. This herringbone here. So those 2 stitches give you that herringbone.
Excellent. So the one that we've got on screen at the moment is the blush one, which Julie's just been demonstrating. So that's that beautiful, soft, pinky grey
It's my
colour.
favourite, this, but I'm a really pink person, me. I like pink.
That is lovely.
But they're all lovely colours, aren't they?
Yeah,
really
nice.
are. Yeah.
Then we've got the one that's like this.
You've got to think what goes with people's homes, haven't
Well,
you?
that's
You know,
true,
stay
but
quite neutral.
Neutral's very in at the
Yeah, it
moment.
is,
Everyone's
isn't
into
it? Yeah.
neutral. This is kind of your soft, be nice baby blanket, wouldn't it?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Really, because
And
it's
that's
so
yeah,
soft.
a good size for that, isn't it? Yeah.
How can the most popular be the rose, Ben? We haven't got rose. He says the most popular is the rose. We haven't got rose. The blush is the most popular.
So you've tripped him up now. Hey, got him back now.
Yeah, I've got him back now.
I thought the blush would be the most popular.
And then we have the Dove, which is a very pale shade of bluey grey.
Bluey grey, definitely.
Move
Yeah.
your blush out of the way. There we go. 500 grams and the pattern. So you get 2 of these big balls of yarn. Oh, let's have the back. Oh,
You want the blush?
Yes.
The grey.
But there's the grey. Look at that. So that's what you get. You'll get a box with the pattern and 2 big balls.
No, don't set him off again.
I know. Oh my. That's what he said.
What's he saying? Yeah.
Oh, sorry, that was Charlie.
Charlie.
So 500 grams, 250 grams in each one. And then finally is the, what have we called it? Stone.
Stone, yeah.
Stone.
Oh,
Milk bottle.
We've got that out, haven't we? There's other ones there. And you've got the pattern as well.
Look at that. So you get 2 big balls, 250 gram balls.
I mean, look, it fills that big box.
I know, it's
yeah.
amazing, isn't it? And that's all you need to do the whole thing.
Apart from the
Obviously,
needles,
if you
they'll
haven't
need
got the needles, you will need the needles because you need big yarn means big needles.
Just, yeah. And I mean, we know a lot of people have got these,
Yes.
don't we? Because we bring these on a lot. So.
$24.99. They are gorgeous and make beautiful ornaments as well.
Yes, because Sandy's got a quilt on her, hung on.
Yeah,
hers.
absolutely perfect for a quilt. Really nice for wall hanging. Obviously, when you want to use them, you have to keep taking them off. But if I was going to... See, I'm going to do some knitting, I'll take that off. If I was going to do it on a wall hanger, I'd have that one that way and that
I
one
think
that way.
she's done that, as Sandy.
Or I'd have them like that, maybe with a ball of yarn around the centre
Yeah,
of them.
yeah. You really made me think now, yeah. Mm.
Or you could use them as lightsabers, I suppose.
Well, you could, or you could kill vampires with them.
You could keep one beside the bed.
Yeah, ready for
I know,
being
I always
burgled.
think about people do that. What would you do with it? If somebody
I
came
know.
along, you'd go, I have a knitting needle and I'm not
Well,
scared
it might
to
make
use
them
it.
laugh and then they'd run off, wouldn't they? It'll deter them. They'd like be shocked, wouldn't they?
I'm
They'd
not
think, what the hell is she doing with that?
In a nice
Sorry.
thing, brandishing and knitting.
She thinks she might come back and say, what are you going to do with that? I said, do you want to try?
Yeah, don't be a burglar in Julie's house. She's got lots of these.
Yeah.
Right. Anyway.
Right.
Cushion. So this is designed.
now we've got the cushion kits.
which comes in 2 colourways.
Move you these out.
So what's this one called?
That one's called Loop the Loop.
Loop the Loop. We have it in 2 colourways. We'll start with this colourway. So this uses the Dove chenille type yarn, which is the guest yarn. So in the kit, you will get the full pattern to make the cushion. You'll get a ball of this guest yarn.
Yes, I've wound that myself.
I know it's very, very tight.
I wound it with
Isn't
my
it?
winding wand.
Did you?
I haven't got on today.
That must have
Yes,
taken
but they'll be on
ages.
next time. No, it's really quick.
Yeah, it's really a solid ball. And then you get 2 balls of the vegan super chunky, and this makes the whole cushion.
Yeah.
Gorgeous.
Oh, everybody will get one of these as well. These
What
are a
is
new
that?
little
Is that
thing.
your phone number?
No, it's a QR code to take you to £15 for 3 patterns.
Don't show. Because otherwise people will use it.
Oh, right.
Yeah, you've got to buy the kit to be able to use that.
Yes,
So
you all get that in your kits. It's a little
3
bit from
chunky
me.
patterns worth £15. But only for people who buy the kits. There we go. I'm not going to show you the other side. Anyway, so that's that cushion there. That is lovely. It's a nice big cushion, isn't it?
Lovely,
Let me just
isn't
show
it?
you.
Yeah,
It's got it's got that on one side.
An
It
envelope,
has an
yeah.
envelope. It's got little bobblies, bits, rather fringy bits.
Loop stitch, which I'm going to
Loops.
demo for you.
It's lovely to knit a cushion.
I
the house
enjoy knitting
looks-
that. It's really, really nice.
It makes your house look a bit posher.
Yeah, it does,
doesn't
doesn't it?
Knitted textiles.
Well, I wanted one that had lots of texture. I'm into my texture mode at the
Right.
moment. And I wanted one that I would put on the sofa myself, and I have done, yeah.
And have you? Have you had a little
Because
sleep
my
on it?
sofa's like a sort of, it's bluey, you know, like light blue denim.
Yes,
Colour.
yeah.
Mm.
So that is
it sits there
perfect, isn't
lovely,
it?
Yeah.
Isn't that lovely? We've also got it in another colourway,
Yeah.
which is
That's this one.
which is the blush
Oatmeal, it's
And
called,
oat.
is this one. Oatmeal.
oat blush.
Not blush.
Embarrassed Rose. Embarrassed
Yeah, good. You can do.
oat.
Oat. No, I can't think of anything.
Don't know. Anyway, it's a mixture.
Anyway, it's
between
called oatmeal, is this colour.
Oatmeal and then the blush guest yarn.
Yes.
So that's really your gorgeous neutral, isn't it? Nice size as well. Nice
Good
rectangle.
size. Yeah, I've put on the size that you need.
Oh, okay. So what size cushion you'll need?
Yeah.
And you don't need
you'll
any
need,
fastenings?
30 by 50 centimetres.
Okay. But you don't need any fastenings either.
No, it's an envelope one. Now that one I've sewn up.
Yeah,
because
where's the envelope
I
then?
sewed it up, that one,
Right.
only because I was in a rush to get it finished.
Oh, okay. But you could, yes, so you could do
But
it
it is an envelope.
Or
It
you
should
could
be an
sew it
envelope.
up.
Or you sew it up, yeah.
But it is very snugly as well, so it's quite a nice thing to have, isn't it? There we go. Right, so how do we make these?
So what we do is I'm going to show you how to do your loop stitch. Everything else is just garter stitch, so it's just knit.
Right.
When anything says garter stitch, people do ask me this. When you're a knitter, you just take it for granted.
Mm.
But knit is what you're doing, you're knitting.
Oh, yeah.
But we call to knit a knit stitch as well, don't we? But if you're doing continually knit stitch, it's called garter stitch.
Okie dokie.
Okay, so with no purl on it, we're just knitting.
It's just garter stitch.
stitch.
Rightio.
Backwards and forwards. So that's
So what
you need to
needles do we
know.
need with this one?
So what needles we need are the 10mm, the new ones.
Okay, so we need to put those on.
They're here. Let me get them for you. I put them too far down for you. So that's the size we need.
10. We need 10 mil.
10mm.
Now, these are exclusive to Sewing Street.
Yes.
And limited as well. And made in Britain.
They're made in Britain because they're made by me.
Made in
Britain,
Julie's shed.
In my shed. And then they get all this lovely packaging on, which is gorgeous, isn't it? I just love that packaging as well. Because all our chunky tools come in the packaging.
I
Fancy
like the
packaging.
fact they're dip dyed. So look, they're really, really smooth. What sort of wood is this?
It's
Or does
birch.
it change? No, beech.
Beech.
So I've just read
I
it.
model them too, birch and beech, all the time.
Beech. It's really, really smooth. And then the ends are dipped in blue.
The dipped, yeah. And then we
Gorgeous.
use like a light varnish on them, but a really, really light one, because if you put a heavy varnish on, it goes like gloopy and
Yeah, and
it
it
doesn't
is.
slide right.
It's really slidey. Because you know what it's like when you're...
It's taking ages to get right, these.
I'm not surprised,
Ages.
but when you're knitting, it's got to be really smooth, hasn't it?
Yeah, and then the points as well. You know, they're so points are so pointy.
The points are so pointy, but some points aren't pointy. Some
No, they're
points
not.
are more
They're
blunt.
quite
aren't
squared
they?
off, aren't they, some
yeah,
of them?
but
Yeah,
they're really
yeah.
pointy points. 10 mil needles.
So they're the
they
10
are
mil,
gorgeous. Right.
We do also do the 12 mil if you're a tight knitter.
So if you're a tight knitter, that doesn't mean that you skimp on the yarn you buy either. If you're with one of those, then, you know. If you're a tight knitter, as in you knit tightly,
Yes.
then use 12 mils.
And use 12 mil.
Or if you just want 12 mil needles. So look at those.
They're just gorgeous, aren't they? Pink ones.
So they're just a bit thicker.
What I tended to do is, what I found out was I started to knit them with the 12 mils, And with it being a cushion, you want it more compact, don't you?
Yeah,
the
that's
stitch is
true.
more compact. Because the super chunky, this is super chunky yarn, is normally done on a 12.
Yeah.
But it's to make it flow, so it's a sweater. It flows more, it's got more flow in it. So, but a cushion, you don't want that. You want it to be more compact and tighter.
Yes,
So
for a
that's why
cushion.
I changed it to a 10.
Right, okay.
And I did them in a 10 and they were better.
But if you want
If you're
the
tight,
12 mils, or if you're
Yeah.
a tight knitter, or if you want to use them for drumsticks, they're lovely, aren't they? They're very, very tactile. You'll know when you get yours home or when you feel them.
They just
But-
feel special. They're just
So is
really-
it? So any kind of super chunky yarn would suit these needles?
Yes, any kind. Yeah, they usually say on a super chunky yarn 10 to 12 mils,
Oh,
depending
okay.
on your tension.
But
the way
these
you
are
knit.
beautiful luxury needles made by Julie.
Yes.
Right, show us
So
how
I'm
you
going
do
to
it.
demo the stitch for you now. Right. So this one is, again, I'll do this slowly for you. So what I tend to do is when it gets to the pattern and it says the loop stitch, do the loop stitch row, always knit just a normal knit the first and last stitch. Some people don't, they do the loop all the way along, but I just think it's a waste of time because you can't see it really.
Okay.
So
yeah.
I just knit the first and the last stitch. So knit, and then when we're going to go again to knit it, but as you can see now, we haven't knocked the yarn off. We're going to bring the yarn forward, and then your thumb is here. You wrap it around your thumb. Where's that come from? And then go back. So all we've done is bring it forward, wrapped it around the thumb, and then gone back between the needles. And then we're going to knit it. And that's left your loop. Now, if you left your loop like that, it will come undone. So, and you've also made another stitch by bringing it forward. So what you've got to do is lift that stitch over and off. And then that'll secure that stitch for you.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So we carry on like that. So we knit. We don't take the yarn off. Bring the yarn forward again. So that's making another stitch. you see.
Yeah.
Yarn around your thumb. You go back, put it back, and knit it as normal. And then we pick up this stitch. Again, that's why you need good points. And we pass it over. And then it's nice and secure for you.
Fabulous. So you knit one.
We knit. We don't knock it off. We bring the yarn forward, pop your thumb there, yarn over it, and back in between the needles, and then you knit it. And then we pass that slip stitch over the stitch. And you just carry on down the row doing that. You get it?
Yeah, I think so.
I mean, I wanted to sort of give people a bit more to do, you know,
Yeah,
rather than just
no, I
knitting
think it's
and
quite
purling,
nice.
Yeah.
Well, it's a bit more interesting,
yeah.
isn't it?
And add some texture, but not do it too intricate that it frightens people.
Yeah, but it's quite nice. I mean, that's what all of this neutral shades are really in at the moment, but also textures.
Yeah,
It's
it's
all about
texture,
texture,
isn't it?
isn't
Yeah. Because next time I come, I want to start doing it with 2 different coloured yarns and showing you how to do like a fair isle.
Okay.
A simple fair isle.
Well, it's
So,
nice to
isn't
do,
it?
isn't it? And
Yeah.
then when you've done it, you've got a lovely cushion.
Just move your one slowly and not scare people. But, you know, I get bored when I'm just knitting the same
No, I
thing.
do. I like that, though.
I like to be able to bring something different in. So there we are. And pass it over. And just say you can always rewind this back and watch it again. So knit, and I'll try and get it on my side as well. Yarn forward, round your thumb, and back.
Can I have a go?
Yeah. I mean, this is my technique. I mean, there might be other people do it differently, but I don't know how they'll do it differently, but I think
No, you say, actually, I invented this stitch.
Well, I teach my husband, you see, and he don't like me telling people.
So you knit-
I teach him, and then I find he gets it, so everyone else can get it.
Do you say if he can get it, anyone can get it?
Not really, because he's quite bright, really. Yeah.
Yeah, but being bright and being able to knit
I
are
better
two
say
very
that 'cause
different
you're driving me
things.
back home,
Oh,
you see.
okay. But being able to knit and being bright can often be two different
Well, yes,
things.
it can, yes, I am bright. I can knit.
You can say I'm both. You can be both. So
I'd
I've
never
knit-
tell anybody I were bright.
I've knitted one, but I don't take it off,
You
do
don't
I?
take it off. So you bring your yarn forward, yeah,
Round my
round your
thumb.
thumb. So you can adjust your size if you want. You can have a big loop, a
Oh,
small
okay.
loop.
Then knit it
Yeah,
properly.
yeah.
Then take that one over that one.
Yeah.
All right.
All right.
One more go. One more go.
Yeah, see, you've done it.
So knit it. Don't take it off. Ben's like, you can knit.
See, you pretend you can't to me. You keep saying, I just crochet.
I do tend to make crochet, but I can knit. I just don't do it a lot. To be honest, these days, if I knit, it's socks.
Yeah.
I love knitting socks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You see, I find it really boring. knitting
Oh, I
socks.
love knitting
But I
socks.
don't like little needles and things.
Oh, I love my 3.5 mil
Dear.
circular. Yeah. And lovely, like proper pure wool yarn.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, lovely yarns. Just
Yeah, and I like that
worth it,
yarn
isn't
that
it?
you get, that's like self-striping.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Like the West Yorkshire Spinners
Yeah,
yarn.
because you won't see, you don't know what's coming.
I
do you?
know,
Yeah,
love
I
that.
keep thinking I'll have a go with that when I ever do any knitting for pleasure, sort of myself.
This is great. So you could make massive loops.
You could do a whole cushion of loops if you wanted
What
to.
happens if you go round twice?
I don't know, just do it and see. You just get a bigger loop, wouldn't you?
I'll let you know. Oh!
Yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of...
Yeah, because it won't hold it in the middle, will it? You'll need to do something else to hold it in the middle.
but it could be long loops, couldn't it?
Yeah, I can remember way, way, way back, my nana doing me a bonnet in that.
Oh, so do I.
Do you remember them?
Yes. Oh,
Those loop
definitely.
bonnets.
Yes, my mum definitely made them. I've got pictures, like
Yeah.
pink. Yeah, they were
Yeah,
really
yes,
in,
I
weren't they?
Yeah, yeah.
Looks like...
I think I had a white one. My sister had a pink one or a
Makes you
blue
think of
one.
Call the Midwife, doesn't it?
Yes,
Mind
that's
you.
when it were like. Well, no, I don't know. I'm old now, so
It probably was, actually. Do you
I
know
keep forgetting I'm 60.
the latest Call the Midwife was in the year I was born. I was like, no
What year were you born?
way, I can't say.
Oh, right.
1983.
Mine were 1987. And my daughter at the same time.
Yeah.
I tell everybody I'm 47 usually.
I think that's fair enough.
Seem to stop there.
Right, do like that. I know, but I think there's nothing wrong with lying about your age.
No.
You're the age you feel. I'm 23. Definitely 23.
Oh, I'm younger than you. Yeah, I'm 19.
Really?
Yeah.
No, I had to decide between 19 and 23, but I'm definitely... And Ben's 12. Well,
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Right.
This is great. Have you all got it now? Because I've got it.
I love doing it. And it's really nice because you sort of... this cushion, I sort of... it came about because I got bored with saying
Yeah.
things. So I started knitting. And then I thought, oh, bring some of this, this in, the chenille type into it. And then I got bored a bit further up and I thought, oh, put a few loops on. And I just wanted to just do what
Well,
I felt
actually,
like
and
doing.
you know what? It's once you try it, once you do it, it's fine. It's sometimes you need to actually do it. don't
You do, yeah, yeah.
This is a gorgeous kit. So if you want to get the kit, it's only $29.99. You've got 200 grams of the vegan yarn, 100 grams of the guest yarn. You can choose between the oatmeal version, obviously the pattern as well. But it's really that kind of textured. You've got the texture of the garter and the texture of the loop.
Yeah.
Lovely to do that. I quite enjoyed that.
It's been like, I've tried it in loads of different ways and thought, oh, just something to keep your interest,
Well, and then you've got
easy.
these lovely stripes. So this is what your kit for this one will look like. Like that. So you've got the pattern, you've got the yarn, you've got the special code on the back that I can't show you, and the lovely fluffy like chenille type yarn. Beautiful.
Have you got the other one? Or did you get it out? Oh, you've got it out of this box, that's why.
Oh, did I?
Yeah. Yes.
Did I get it?
Because this box is plain, so
Oh,
nothing
must
in
have
it,
been
so
then.
it must have been.
Right, and then if you want the blue version,
The pattern.
time.
Never mind, I'll pick it up. What was it when?
And then if you want the blue
needles.
version,
The needles.
you get 200 grams of the vegan super chunky in that kind of denim-y blue, and then you get a ball of this gorgeous chenille type yarn, and that will make this one. It's going to be a real talking piece, this, isn't it?
Yeah.
Beautiful
And
texture.
you'll just enjoy it so much.
It's lovely though, isn't it? What a lovely thing. Be very expensive to buy that.
I would
wouldn't it?
imagine so, yeah. yeah.
Beautiful. You will need 10 mil needles for this, which
yeah.
we have.
Where have they gone?
Where have they gone? We probably, well, I dropped the pink ones, but I found them again. Don't know what we've done with the blue ones.
Did we put them in a box?
Well, we were using them, but...
no, that was my own pair that we were using. Oh, well, then, where has it gone?
Oh, hang on, I've got them. Sorry.
Oh, there they are,
Really?
under your stash.
A bit chaotic. I've lost
Sneak
them.
them out, weren't you?
Yeah, I was actually. I did have them in my pocket at one point. So these are the blue ones. Now, these are 10 mil. These are handmade in Julie's shed at the bottom of her garden in all weathers, at all hours. I think I need a picture of the shed.
Okay.
Yeah,
Whatever you want,
so I can
yeah.
like reimagine.
Spiders and all.
Yeah, where you are. I just imagine you in this little shed amongst the lawnmowers, you know.
Oh, no, he's got his own shed for his lawnmower.
Oh, and maybe a bottle
This
of
my
sherry.
shed is that one. It's all wood. Everything's wood in there and machines.
Yeah, can we have a picture of the shed?
Okay.
Next time.
I'll,
and
try
we'll
and
show
I'll
it
have to
you.
tidy up them first, because imagine there's a lot of sawdust everywhere.
Yeah, but that's fine. We want to see where it's made. And then we'll show it to everyone, because I want to see it.
Right. The spy with the spider.
And then we'll give you Julie's address and we'll all come on a surprise visit. So 10 mil needles, you need them for this design or anything you want 10 mil needles for. They are made from beech and they are very, very soft and smooth.
And these are needles you won't want to lend to anyone else.
No, you definitely won't want
You
lend
get
these
these
to anyone.
people and they want to borrow needles and they
Really?
never bring them back.
Oh, I wouldn't lend needles.
Oh,
Oh.
I don't now because I've lost that many.
Oh,
yeah,
no.
But you know, when you get these cheap ones, you're not right bothered, are you?
No, I don't
You
think
know.
so. That's like someone saying, can I buy you a sewing machine? No chance. I don't
But
let
I have
anyone.
got tons and tons of needles, not ones I've made from, you know, like
Oh,
from Nana's
okay.
before and, you know, those metal ones.
Oh, yeah, well, they can have those.
Can have them, yeah.
But no, don't lend these out.
And then
these
you get them
are
cheap
lovely.
bamboo ones, can't
Oh,
you?
no.
Oh, we can't do with them.
No,
Well,
these are brilliant. Don't lend them out. 10
you
mil.
won't want to lend them out.
No,
they just-
because they're lovely and they come in this
It's like when they borrow your book as well, and you've got a really nice book and they borrow them. And don't bring it
Yeah,
back.
there's some people I won't lend my books to
No,
because
I won't.
they hold them back while they read.
Shocking.
I think books should always be held open, but some people actually fold that
I'm a
page.
Kindle person. I use my
No,
Kindle.
I'm not. I'm
No,
not.
my best friend, she won't. She's still books.
No, I can't. I borrowed somebody's, but oh no, don't like it.
Mm.
He kept telling me, I felt such a pressure. It went like 45%. Oh, you know, and you're like, oh, I've got to get up the percentage. And I just, you know, it doesn't matter what percent, but because it keeps going on about percent, I felt such pressure.
Did you?
Yeah, and I
All
read,
right.
also, I read a lot. I read like
Yeah, I
probably a
do.
book a week. And so I've got far too many books, but I still can't go onto a Kindle.
I must admit, I
The
did have...
Zigzag Girl, you need to read that.
Right, I will. The Seaside Girl.
Zigzag.
Oh, Zigzag Girl.
Yeah.
Where did I get Seaside from?
I don't know. Anyway, these are the 10 mil. Okay?
Yeah.
So these can be used for...
No, they're the 12.
Sorry, these are the 12 mil.
the
So
12.
these can be used for super chunky yarn. Obviously, they're ideal for these cushions if you're a bit of a tight knitter or any other super chunky yarn.
Yes.
And they are beautiful quality. And they are only $14.99. Right, we need to talk yarn.
Oh, yes, the yarns.
So,
it, yeah.
Julie does lots of super chunky vegan yarn, which is ideal for using with these 10 and 12 mil needles.
Yes, it is, yes. And which is featured in these too.
Which is
cushions
featured
as
in
well.
these. We have no idea what colours she's called them or whether they make any sense.
Oh, these are the boring shit.
Yeah.
Because these were when you started off saying, well, these are boring names.
So we'll start off. So if you
So that is oatmeal, so that's quite a bit better.
anything that you want to knit or crochet as a, was it super chunky?
Yes, super chunky, yeah.
Right. Sorry, rubbish there. This one is oatmeal. So what is this? This is 100% acrylic then?
It's 100% acrylic is this, yeah. So it's just ideal for people that don't want wool. It's a really soft one though. It's not like, you know, so what I would say is, in my terminology, it doesn't squeak when you use it.
No, I
You know,
see what
like
you mean.
some
Yeah,
acrylic squeaks.
This is very soft. Well, you can
And
feel
it's very,
it.
very soft. So it took us me ages to find one that I would wear. Because that's
right.
the thing is,
Yeah.
I'm a bit picky as well, you know.
And it is very soft, isn't it? So
yeah. So it's a nice, soft, squidgy. It bounces back as well. So it's just a really, really nice acrylic yarn and a good price.
There is £5.50 for 100 grams. That's an amazing price.
100 gram, yeah.
So that's oatmeal. This one.
That one's Misty Grey.
Misty Grey.
Your influence came through a little there.
Misty Grey. Why does it say lilac and purple then?
Oh, so somebody's wrote that on to remember something.
3 tins of beans, half a dozen eggs. Shopping list.
I think it's a code.
Misty Grey.
They haven't got the names on, you see. That's the problem.
Ben's got just grey.
Right, well,
yeah.
It will you interfered.
Yeah, I tell you
in
what
that.
it looks like is fog, like rolling fog.
It does,
I
yes.
told you this sofa company. I don't think they had that. They had kettle. That was lovely. Rolling fog. Blue. Yeah, it's a nice grey. Now there are various colours, so some of them will go really nicely together. So I'm going neutrals first. This one. Silver.
Is that one Misty Grey or is that Silver Grey? Silver Grey.
Silver.
Yeah,
yes.
Silver Grey.
So aren't they lovely together?
They're lovely, aren't they? Yeah.
Oatmeal, grey and silver. They're lovely.
I'm sure that's called Misty Grey, really, in my house anyway. Not in Sewing Street house.
No, not in Sewing Street, but in this house. So these are all, remember, super chunky yarns, £5.50 for 100 grams. So those are your 3 neutrals. Now we'll move on to blues. Is this one denim?
Yes.
Denim. Nice colour, like that one.
It is a nice colour, that.
And it is
and
really,
goes brilliant with the
really
neutrals
soft.
as well.
It's a great price for a really great quality yarn as well, and it isn't squeaky. You can feel it. Yeah.
And it is 100 grams as well, because a lot of people ain't, you know, it's not a 50 gram ball, it's a 100
Yeah.
gram ball.
Lovely, lovely. So that's denim, and then we've got...
Do you want to go navy?
Navy.
I haven't got a fancy colour, it's navy. What are you going to call that?
Midnight Experience.
Oh. Oh, yeah, I can really see me putting that down and Ben saying something with that, can't you? What shade's this? Midnight Experience?
Yeah.
Be coming through as ears.
Midnight Experience. Yeah, I just feel like, what else goes with midnight?
Midnight, Starry Night, we should have called it. But then
Midnight on the Orient Express.
Yeah, call it that then.
That'll do. It is navy, to be fair. To be fair,
It's
it is
no
navy.
point telling them it's anything else, it's navy.
Stargazing at night.
Oh, right.
That'd be nice.
Yeah.
So those are the 2 blues. Now we're going to move on to jade.
No.
Turquoise.
Teal.
Teal. Okay. Yeah.
No.
Caribbean Ocean or something like that.
Yeah.
It's sort of. It is like you know, the sea, like
I
in
love
the
it, that colour.
Caribbean. I've never been, but I've seen
No,
the
I haven't.
pictures, and it looks like that sometimes, doesn't it?
It seems to,
in the
it does
depths of
sometimes,
it.
doesn't it? Yeah, yeah.
That kind of beautiful.
What
well, it is-
about like mallard?
Mallard? Yeah, that's
Yes.
good. Yes, that is exactly the colour. Or
Colour of the mallard duck, isn't it?
kingfisher, or peacock. Maybe
yes,
peacock.
peacock. Yeah.
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 Peter Peacock. That's what that one is.
Right.
Lovely. Then we've got apple.
Oh well, I've called it spring green.
Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, we've called it spring green as well. Yeah, it could be spring green. Sort of an appley colour.
Yeah.
Nice.
Right.
And then we're going to move on to the pinks.
Oh, that one ain't got a band on it.
That one's lost its...
Well, that's dusky pink.
Naked dusky pink.
It's lost its
The
little
band.
skirt.
Shell pink.
Oh, it's shell pink. It is, yes. See how much attention I take, don't you?
It is shell pink.
It ain't. It's this flipping menopause. I tell you, I can't remember anything.
Really, not nothing?
No.
No.
It's really annoying.
Shell pink. Okay, and then we'll
Magenta.
move... Magenta.
Am I right?
No, you've called it brown.
I have not.
No, I was joking. It's magenta. Magenta. Next.
I think that's just red.
Red. Is that called red?
Like in a generation game.
It's called Pillar Box.
Is it? No, it's not. It's called red.
It's called Deep Red. Deep Red. It is like, it's not
Yes,
super,
because there's two reds.
super
And I don't think
bright.
I brought the other red.
It's not super bright scarlet. It is more telephone box.
It
isn't
is
like
more
a bigger
telephone
red.
box. It's a nice red.
If
Isn't it?
you
It's not
wanted
a
to
smash you in the
knit
face red.
a post box or a London bus or something, that would be the colour to
Yeah.
use.
Ladybird red.
Ladybird red, yes.
That's
What's
purple.
been going? This one is going really well.
That's purple.
This is called Emperor. It is
Oh.
Imperial Purple.
Imperial purple. That's nice. Like that.
There we go, purple. It was the most expensive dye in the ancient world.
Is that why?
That's why the
royalty
emperors
have it?
used it.
Right, right.
What was the cheapest dye? And red was?
Wouldn't it be brown?
Well, I don't know. Ben says it was red. This was the most expensive
I
dye.
bet you did. Did you know this?
Did what?
That where the spend a penny comes from?
No.
Well, that comes from people used to wee in a bucket and they'd dye the yarn with it. So if travellers, while they were travelling, if people they were near the mills or whatever, and they were dyeing the yarns.
They would pay them to wee in the bucket. What colour did it come out? Like yellow?
Well, I would have thought so. I didn't know that bit, but I did know that about spend the penny.
Oh.
I heard it in one of kids' television programmes.
Oh, I don't like that. That's horrible.
Not nice, is it?
No.
I think I'm watching Horrible Histories.
Oh, that's horrible. Well, can you imagine the smell? Anyway, there you go. That's what it comes from.
Yeah.
Very interesting fact of the morning.
Yes.
So that's all the super
Just
chunky
me to
yarn.
lower the tone.
Just to lower the tone. Right, I'm just going to go back through these glorious blankets for
Right.
anyone who's missed them first time round. So these are beautiful. These are Julie's brand new blanket kits. In the kit, you get all the yarn you'll need to make this
Wrong way
beautiful
around.
herringbone throw, which looks like that. You get 2 balls, and they are big balls. Isn't that texture beautiful? I feel, wouldn't it make a nice bathroom mat as well?
Yes, it
'Cause
would,
it's very
wouldn't it?
absorbent.
I thought about like double, like put double strand in it, knit with 2 strands together. It'd be a lot more compact.
Yeah, it would
wouldn't
be a
it?
nice bathroom mat, wouldn't it? So that's the size. It would be lovely to just as a throw to wrap round you. Be really nice to just put over your knees because it's very holey. It will really trap in the warmth. So
Yes.
nice of a summer's evening, if we ever have a summer's evening. In the kit, you will get 2 large
Oh, that colour.
balls.
What Rex has messed up.
2 large balls of stone.
So that's
It's
it.
like a chenille type yarn, and there's 250 grams in each, but it is really glorious. It's a really high quality, $49.99, and obviously you get the pattern as well, otherwise you wouldn't know how to make it. So that's the stone one.
You want the pattern?
That's what the pattern looks like. The blush is the most popular,
That's the next
and that
one.
is here.
Yep.
So that's what the blush looks like. You'll get the pattern and the 2 balls, and somewhere there is a sample.
Yes, it's here. I've just seen it.
No,
It
it's
is.
there.
It's these
There.
boxes.
Just
isn't
wait,
it?
because it looks
it
slightly
is.
different knitted, doesn't it? There is the sample. That's what it looks like. It's beautiful, isn't it? So obviously the pattern will show you exactly how to do the stitch. $49.99. You will get the 2 balls of yarn and the pattern to make this. And then finally, we have it in the pigeon.
Where's that sample gone?
In the dove.
Might be under your
It
pile.
might be over this side. Right, there's the dove. There we go. So that's the dove yarn. There we go. Gorgeous, with the pattern as well. Right, well, thank you for joining me today on Sewing Street. Thank you for joining me today.
Oh, thank you for doing it.
Tomorrow on Sewing Street, who
We're doing this
is-
again.
Well, yes, we can. Who's presenting tomorrow? John Scott is presenting
Oh, is John back?
tomorrow. Now, at 8 o'clock, we have got Dan Morris Bird Song Fabric Collection. That sounds nice. Pigeons. No, I bet it's not pigeons. Dan Morris's Bird Song. At 9 o'clock, we've got...
Crafter's Companion with Becky Swan.
And then at 10 o'clock, we have extra wide fabrics. Lots of them. And they're all extra wide. And it's on at 10 o'clock. So that'll be nice. 11 o'clock, we've got...
You do that one, because I've done one of that other than
Oh, you have actually. Crafter's Companion with Becky Swan again, so she's there at 9 and 11. That's going to be very exciting. And to finish off the day, 12 o'clock, we've got
Miss It, Miss Out quilt kits.
And you don't want to miss it or miss out.
No.
Anyway, thanks for joining me today. I will see
Thank you.
back here next Monday. Have a fantastic rest of your day. Bye.
Bye.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £3.95. Charges may differ.